Please start to find your seats. We'll get going. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's November 25th. It's currently 9 o'clock in the morning, and we are here for our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioner meeting. If you can all please take a moment of silence before we begin this morning. If you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Brandy, if you can please roll call the commission for quorum.
Commissioner Gometos?
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Present.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Here, we do have quorum this morning. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. County Manager Andrews, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. No additional changes to the agenda, sir.
Okay. Next up, we do have our consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of routine or reoccurring business. And we do have items number 1 through 5 today. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gometos and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can roll call us on the approval of the consent agenda, please.
Commissioner Gometos?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Brandy, if you can go ahead with any resolution numbers today.
Okay, we do have one, item number 52025-147.
Wonderful, thank you. Next up, we do have our employee recognition portion of our agenda today, where we have our Assistant County Manager, Ms. Weir, that will recognize our employees. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Today we have 4 recognitions that we would like to celebrate, beginning with Detention Officer David Rojas. He has been with the county for 20 years. We have another employee who's also celebrating 20 years, which is Mr. Kevin Apodaca, who's a planning assistant in the Community Development Department. And we have 2 retirements, starting with Ms. Isabel Salazar, who is a title examiner in the assessor's office with 14 years of service to Doña County. And last but not least, we have Chelo Guerrero, and I believe HHS Director Jamie Michael will be coming up to introduce Chelo to everyone and read her bio for the group. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Director, and with me is Consuelo or Chelo Guerrero. Got your last name pronounced right. Chelo began her career with Doña County on April 10th of 2000 when she joined the organization as an office specialist. Her strong work ethic, reliability, and dedication quickly became evident, leading to a series of promotions throughout the years. Within the first 10 years, she was promoted through the treasurer's office and the finance department. And after really learning all of the financial aspects of the county through those departments, the Health and Human Services Department was able to recruit her over to our department. So in December of 2011, she began with the Health and Human Services Department, and she quickly earned her promotion into the role of division manager for the Court Compliance Division, where she oversaw the local DWI program, the misdemeanor compliance program, which included a very complex state appropriation and grant money from the state. She also supervises all of the compliance officers. And during that time, she's also been instrumental in coordinating some of our major jail diversion efforts, including the assisted outpatient treatment, the jail reentry RISE program, and all of these programs are intended to connect people, connect our clients to services to try to improve public safety. Cello has made many contributions to our department, and primarily what I see is the contributions she's made to the people we serve. She does an amazing job with the accounting. We knew she was good at all of that. She helped us turn the program around when she stepped into that role. But what I admire most is when I hear her sit down and talk to clients. She treats everyone as if they were her son or her sister or her mother. She really demonstrates our department's philosophy by showing people kindness, building trust, protecting their dignity, and then offering to serve them. You do an amazing job when you communicate with your employees, but I really admire the way you communicate with the people who come into our office seeking help. So I know you have made a difference in the lives of all of the people you serve. You've made a difference in my life. I've enjoyed working with you. My entire time here with the department, my 18 years, has been alongside Cello. So we've formed a good partnership and been able to really accomplish a lot throughout the years. So Cello, thank you for sticking with us for 25 years, and I know you're off to do so much more in our community because you are so connected to our community. So thank you so much. Congratulations, and it's just been such a pleasure working with you. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and invite her family to come on up. Anytime we're at work, it's time that we take away from our family. So I want you all to know that the time Cello was away from you, she was using it well to be here with us. So thanks for sharing her with us.
And
Aw,
Mr.
her
Chair, if I may,
grandbabies, you've got to be proud of her. Aw.
and Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. Consuelo. First of all, thank you for everything you've done. I've watched you throughout the years. You've never been flashy. Nunca con ego, siempre con sencillez, siempre con humildad, siempre siendo lo mejor para nuestra comunidad. You have wonderful empathy, and you do it because you're dedicated to the people that we should all be serving. And it's not an ego thing, and it's not a look at me thing, but you're stable. And so I, among others in this community, te doy las gracias con todo mi corazón. Bendiciones.
Cello, I didn't know this was right next to me, so I do need to give you your plaque, and I'm not going to take it home with me. I will let you have it. And I know she will serve all of the good food she makes for you all on this. So it says, in honor of your service, Consuelo Guerrero retired with distinction after 25 years of loyal service on December 31st of 2025. So this is yours to take and let it represent all of the work you did for the community and for our department. You want to hold it for your picture?
Madam Assessor, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Shalja Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, and Gameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County. Today, I'm actually here to recognize Ms. Isabel Salazar. She is one of our retirees in the Assessor's Office. She didn't want to be here, but she's here in spirit. So I would like to just say, today we gather to celebrate a truly extraordinary woman, Ms. Isabel Salazar, as she embarks on a well-earned retirement after decades of dedicated public service. Ms. Salazar's journey began in the early 1980s right here in New Mexico when she joined Sierra County through a grant-funded program. Her hard work and commitment quickly earned her a permanent position in the county manager's office. From there, she expanded her experience in the county road department before finding her true calling in the assessor's office. She also served as a voting machine technician during election years, helping to uphold the integrity of our democratic process. After 11 years in the assessor's office, Isabel took a bold step and ran for Sierra County Assessor in 2002. The people of Sierra County recognized her dedication and elected her to serve 2 terms from 2003 to 2010. Her leadership was marked by fairness, transparency, and a deep understanding of the community she served. Though she didn't retire from Sierra County, she left the office in good standing with a legacy of trust and professionalism. But Isabel was not done yet. In 2011, she joined Doña County Assessor's Office as a temporary appraiser assistant. Her knowledge and work ethic quickly stood out, and by September of that year, she became a permanent title examiner, a role she has held with distinction for over a decade. Her attention to detail, her calm presence, and her willingness to help others have made her a cornerstone of the office and a mentor to many. Beyond her professional accomplishments, Isabel is the proud mother of 3 adult children, 1 daughter, 1 son, and 1 stepson. She is lovingly known as both Grandma and G. Bell. To 14 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, and 1 more great-grandchild on the way. Her family is her greatest joy, and retirement will allow her to spend more cherished time with them. She looks forward to traveling to Arizona, caring for her beautiful plants, and spoiling her beloved fur babies. And while we will miss her presence in the office, we know she's stepping into a chapter filled with love, rest, and well-deserved adventure. Ms. Isabel Salazar, thank you for your years of service, your wisdom, and your unwavering dedication. You've made a lasting impact on every office you've served and every person you worked with. We are better because of you. Congratulations on your retirement. You've truly earned it. And just a little side note, we were recently, earlier this year, working with one of the representatives on a cemetery in Oregon. And so we tasked Isabel with that task. She was able to figure it out really, really quickly. And she was actually able to even be able to tell us who was buried in what plot. So yeah, and these were like, late 1800s. So once again, congratulations to retirement, on retirement to Isabel. We are going to miss her. That's 14 years of a truly dedicated service that she has given our office and the taxpayers here in Doña County. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, next up, we do have our public input portion of our meeting today. If you will have 3 minutes to address the commission. If you are here for a specific agenda item, if you will please wait until that agenda item comes before the commission to give public input. But if you're here for any generalized input, please make your way forward. If you will sign your name in the white binder to the left, and please state your name when you say hello.
Mark Veith, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. tuning fork. If you have one of these and 100 pianos, you turn the first piano off of this, the second piano off the first, the third piano off of the second, and so on till you get to 100, you have disharmony. But if you tune all 100 pianos off of that, you have harmony. We do not have harmony. This is our tuning fork, and they know that. That's why they're always discrediting it, saying it's a lie, that there's lies in there, that if you believe in this, you're a racist. Christian nationalist. If you follow it, why don't we go back to that? There's a set of rules in there, standards, easy to follow, and the country does well on it. So I sent this to the commissioners, if they looked at their emails. I want to read this to everybody. Las Cruces ranked among most sinful cities in 2025. 40 miles north of El Paso lies one of the most sinful cities in New Mexico. Nationally, they are ranked 117th, but in Lamanda, New Mexico, they're number 2. Let's not follow them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment today? Okay. Do we need to sign in now if we're going to speak about a later issue? No, sir. Okay, next up is commission input. If any member of the commission, general comments? Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to let at least the folks in my district know that we're going to be coming out, and with the passage of the GO bond, number one, I want to thank the public for approving the funds with the GO bond. I'm excited for what we're going to be able to bring to the communities. We're going to be having some sessions here in December that we'll be posting on our various channels, but especially our social media. So, but we will make sure we're letting you know. We're going to be coming out, listening exactly what it is the community wants. We've had some, we've already started moving and having some good meetings with the village of Hatch, as well as trying to find some other locations, possibilities. And so we'll, as we move along, we'll continue to share with those more. But really, like I said, in December, we're going to be having three sessions, one in Hatch, one in Radium Springs, and then one in the village of Doña. So please keep your eyes open for that. But just wanted to make you all aware that those will be coming. And we invite everybody and really hope to try to get everybody's input on this. So I encourage anybody that can attend, please do, so we can hear what's important to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners?
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Gameros.
Thank you. On top of that, I want to also let the community know that I'll also be having listening sessions on the GO bond to see what they want to have within the rec center. Right now, I do have a tentative date on December the 15th at Sombra Antigua from 4 to 6. I also have another tentative date for December the 17th from 4 to 6 at the Women's Interculture Center. I will be having 2 others, but once those dates are set up, we have the finalization of the venues. I will be sending out information flyers with all the venues on there for the southern portion of Doña. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I apologize, and I do have a reminder here for confirmation. So the dates for mine will be December 11th will be in the village of Doña Ana in the Doña Ana Community Center on Ledesma. It'll be from 5:30 to 6:30. Radium Springs will be December 17th at the Radium Springs Community Center on Lindbeck Road at 5:30 to 6:30. And then in the village of Hatch will be at the Hatch Community Center right off of Highway 187. So not our Placitas Community Center, but the Hatch Community Center right off of Highway 187 next to the pool and all of the municipal buildings that are near there. But we'll be there also from 5:30 to 6:30 at December 18th.
Awesome, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week I had the honor to actually attend Colquitt's Luncheon down in Chaparral. If you guys haven't attended that, I think it's a great event just to go down about every other month. They have a lunch they sponsor for everybody in the community. And they get to hear about what's going on both in Otero County and also Doña County for the Chaparral area. It's a good opportunity for us to share and also to find out what their needs are. Also, this weekend at the Farm and Ranch Homegrown New Mexico event, I was asked by the 4-H to actually come out and be a judge on their Christmas trees and wreaths. And it was an honor for me to be able to do that, and I had a good time with that. If you missed that event, catch it next year because it's a great event. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll do the exact same. We are all planning on having our community meetings to discuss the future of the Go Bond initiative. So please stay tuned for that. We'll be having district-wide meetings. I think we'll probably have some regional meetings as well. So really looking forward to those as well. I say as well a lot today, it seems. I think we are looking forward to next year and what kind of goals and actions we have. We had a great, we did have a meeting 2 Fridays ago where we kind of briefly went over what we were doing during our board retreat. I think when we're looking at what we want to do with the future funding coming into the county, how to improve the quality of life, looking at our infrastructure, roads, all those good things, I think we have some really great initiatives and direction for our staff. And I'm really excited to get even more community input, just like we had before we had the Go Bond on the ballot, to where we really look at the future of what's going on with, people and what we can do to help our students and our kids find after-school activities. Transportation, and most importantly, water and wastewater infrastructure are going to be huge. Commissioners, anything else before we move on to our board report backs? Or community elected official input? Nothing? Okay, any county elected official input this morning?
Thank you, Chair. Shelter Hernandez, Amanda Lopez-Askin, County Clerk. I just wanted to advise you all, as well as anyone listening, that the state certification is happening today. And so we had our certification of our regular local election last week. I believe it was last week. It feels like a lifetime ago. Maybe it was the week Friday before. But what I will say is I think it's really noteworthy that although we had just a teeny tiny bump in percentage, we actually had 4,000 more in Doña County participate in the election. That just goes to show there's more people in terms of the electorate, and we've registered more. So just an absolute thank you to my team, as well as all of the county government that helped support and assist our election. And also wanted to specifically, I could single out every single one of my team and tell you how they do a great job. And I hopefully continue to do that. But I wanted to highlight Cynthia and Jacob in our office. Cynthia is our communications coordinator, and the clerk's office is really fortunate. I believe we are the only one in maybe Bernalillo County, but we have a dedicated communications person, and that would be Cynthia. And Jacob does other duties, but he also helps with our videography. So if you're not following any of our socials, I would highly encourage you to. We have a great video that was just released where we talk to our election officials and ask them what motivates them to serve. And I think it's a great opportunity to think about anybody serving next year. So again, just please follow those, and a very huge thank you on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving for a team that makes me look good every day, that runs seamlessly. I continue to say that the goal of my job is to, if I win the lottery tomorrow and I'm on the beach by the weekend, that elections will still run and will still run well. And I believe we've achieved that goal. And part of that is, definite kudos to the commission for supporting the work that we've been able to do in the last several years. And so we have had near, 95 to 100% staffing in the last 3 years. We were able to add 6 full-time positions, which then really there was no more mandatory overtime. So for years and years on end, there was just mandatory overtime. You could not take off for weddings. You could not take off for kids' events. You just couldn't do that. And so what that created was a really compromised quality of life. And frankly, when I got here 8 years ago, I was confused as to why people chose to stay. And so it has taken that long to build a team that I hope, even on their worst day are, glad to work there. So appreciate all the support from the commission. And so I'm feeling very thankful this week. So I wanted to thank you and looking forward to that certification and on to 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other elected official comment? Seeing none, we will move on to staff input.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and let Stephen kick us off, and I'll close us out.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. And I just wanted to update you and give you a little bit of foresight into an item that we'll be bringing to you in December. The special audit that was requested by this board and then amplified by the state auditor is still underway. They have discovered some areas that are going to require some additional work, in particular related to three departments. That's the Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, and Finance. And they are asking for authorization for an extension till March 31st of their work, as well as an additional $48,000 to cover the estimated 300 hours worth of work that will be necessary to run these issues to ground. So we are going to have this officially before you for approval at the next meeting, but we wanted to give you and the public an opportunity to at least know about this request so that you all have time, because as you know, we can't discuss details of an audit, per state statute publicly, but we wanted to give you all the opportunity to know that this is coming and ask staff if you have questions between now and next meeting. So thank you very much. And again, reach out if you have questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
is there any possibility or probability that we'll go through March and they'll come back and say they need to go through June or July and extend it again?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, that is a great question. And yes, that is a possibility, though I will tell you that the state auditor's office wants this wrapped up quicker rather than later. But it does all come back to, do they uncover things that need additional evaluation and investigation?
Are we, and one more question, are we experiencing a little bit of creep in our mission, what we're asking?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, the purchase order that was issued out was done based on a negotiation with the state auditor's office, and it covers 100% of county operations. Okay. So it is certainly more than what the board envisioned when you voted to ask for an audit, but that is what you approved on the purchase order that was issued. And again, that was in large part informed by the state auditor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Stephen. For those of you listening or watching at home, just want to remind everyone that we have an ice rink that is kicking off out of the fairgrounds. So as early as tomorrow at 10 a.m., we'll have our soft opening. We'll have the team and board and our families on the ice first. The grand opening will follow this coming Friday. So this is what I'm hearing is not a lot of ice rinks in the state. So this one is actually the largest ice rink. It's real ice. We're keeping the price, so it's not something we're looking to make money on or anything like that. So you're going to find it cheaper than El Paso or northern in the state at $11, and that includes your skates. The skate sizes start as small as a little tiny 8. So if you got a little one at home like me, bring them on out. Really excited for this. It's going to give our community something new to do during the winter season when there's not a lot going on. And kudos to the board for buying in on this, and look forward to seeing all of you out on the ice as well. So again, ice rink soft opening is tomorrow at 10 a.m. and then we will kick off the grand opening on Friday in the evening at 5 p.m. So hope to see you all out there.
Thank you, Mr. Anders.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
do you all, can you rent elbow pads and knee pads as well? And maybe a helmet? because I'm afraid I'm
We're
going to
stocked
need.
up, and those are just for me, but I'll gladly share them with you.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna need those as I fall about 5 times or more.
Commissioner Reynolds, they may not have the knee pads, but we'll wrap you in bubble wrap and you'll be,
Oh, thanks.
you're good.
Well, I look like this Michelin tire boy out there.
There you go.
No, and I just want to thank the team. So many on the team have gone above and beyond. Just looking around here, a lot of folks have been out there watering it. And we're talking old-fashioned with a hose, watering it because you have to layer it up and freeze over 3 days. So there's been several staff members out there that we're just bumping each other on the weekends. I appreciate everyone going above and beyond. I know this is new, and citizens in the community just know that year one, we're not going to have every box checked. It's going to get better each year. So we'll be making strategic investments and learning as we go. So year two will be fantastic. We'll work out all the kinks, but we hope you all really enjoy this, and it should be a nice addition to the community. That's all for today, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. And now we do have commission-appointed board report backs. That's a lot today. I'll go first. So we did have our animal services extravaganza last week where we are appointing a new executive director. We had our interviews last week, Wednesday, for the board. They did the touring of the facility, which is off of 70, and then a community meeting on Wednesday evening. And we will be having a meeting on Wednesday of this week to discuss the future of that and what that executive director position looks like. So please do stay tuned for that. It will be at the Las Cruces City Council chambers at 10 o'clock on Wednesday of this week. And besides that, that's all I have for report backs today. Commissioners, anything?
Mr. Chair, I do.
Yeah,
have-
Commissioner Gometos, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm reporting back from the El Paso MPO. We approved this past Friday the 2052 preliminary project list. And on that list, I wanted to share that we had, out of that list, Anthony was granted $37,510,000 on 3 projects, and Sunland Park for a total of $218 million on 5 projects. Let's see, there's a lot of information here, so I'm going to try to keep it short here. So the purpose for this, just for those that don't understand, this establishes a long-term transportation policy agenda for the region. It outlines regional transportation priorities and identifies transportation projects to meet regional transportation goals over the plan's horizon while remaining fiscally constrained. So I do have a list here of what Anthony would be expecting. They have Acosta Road rehabilitation, and that's from I-10, the frontage road, to Anthony Drive. The year of expenditure for that is the year of 2036. There's Clark Avenue rehabilitation as well. That's from Texas State Line to Landers Avenue, and that's the year of expenditure is 2036 as well. So is Church Street rehabilitation, and that's from I-10 frontage road to First Street, north of First Street. And that one is actually year of expenditure is 2043. This is through NMDOT. There's the Border Highway Connector. That one, the construction phase, that will be a new 4-lane New Mexico State Highway Connector from New Mexico 136 to New Mexico 273. That year expenditure is 2032. There's also New Mexico 136 Airport Road grade separation. That's to convert New Mexico 136 Airport Road from an at-grade intersection to a grade-separated interchange with exit entrance ramps. And that's the year for that is 2042. There's also another one for 136 as well. And that one is as well as 242. There's New Mexico 9 Safety Corridor to add shoulder and passing lanes to existing 2-lane roadway from New Mexico 80 to Junction New Mexico 136. That one is in 2052. There's I-10 corridor operational improvements, roadway resurfacing utilizing continuously reinforced concrete pavement. That one is actually to be announced. That one doesn't have a date. There's I-10, New Mexico 404 interchange, direct connectors. That one is from New Mexico 404 that, as per study and design completed. So that one they don't have, it's just New Mexico 404 from 2052. New Mexico 139 border highway connector. It's the full build out. So it's corridor widening from 2 lanes to 4 lanes of the western segment of the border highway connector, New Mexico 139. And that one is in 2052 as well. And let me see here. For Sunland Park, there's New Mexico 498 in Anapra. That's a reconstruction of an existing 2-lane roadway from McNutt Road to New Mexico DO South Connector Road. That one is, the year of expenditure is expected in 2028. There's Sunland Park Drive extension to widen from 2 to 3 lanes in each direction from the state line to McNutt and widen 4-lane roadway each direction. Widen 4-lane roadway, 2 lanes in each direction from the border highway connector to Sunland Park port of entry. That one's from Texas State Line to McNutt Road, and that's in 2030. We're almost done. There's the Airport Road construction, reconstruct existing 2-lane collector street with raised medians, auxiliary lanes, multi-purpose trails, street lighting, landscape, and irrigation. That's from New Mexico 136 to New Mexico 273 for 2029. And there is Sunland Park, Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, port of entry, new international port of entry, crossing for passenger vehicles and pedestrians in Sunland Park, New Mexico. This port of entry will connect Sunland Park, New Mexico to Anapra, Ciudad Juarez in Chihuahua, Mexico. This is to be built at the international border with 4-lane roadway connecting to the Sunland Park extension and the U.S.-Mexico border. And this has a year of expenditure in 2043. And that is it. Thank you.
That was a long meeting, wasn't it? Okay, any other commission board report backs?
Mr. Chairman, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. We had a special meeting for the South Central Solid Waste Authority. Just 2 actions that we took. It was a very short agenda. One is that we established the list of holidays for 2026, as this is anticipated to be the last meeting of the calendar year. So we approved that. The second one was just budget changes. Minor ones, but it was items that we noted as we moved into this fiscal year. 2 items had not been rolled over from the previous budget year for the purchase of a couple of trucks. So we got that corrected and rolled it over from the 25 fiscal year 25 agenda budget to the fiscal year 26 budget. And then also acceptance of a grant from DFA for an electric vehicle and a charging station. And then the other one, which was we had to increase the budget for fuel because I think as people may know is the Solid Waste Authority, since they do provide service to the city of Las Cruces, as well as just the amount of fuel needed to operate all of the machinery and the equipment for all the facilities. We've had to increase by about $100,000 in that fuel budget due to the price of fuel. So, but that was it, and we got all those approved and done, and so we won't be meeting until the first quarter of 2026. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no other report backs, we'll move on to presentations this morning. Our first presentation is Zia Natural Gas Integrated Resource Plan presentation. And we do have Ms. Leslie Graham, the General Manager. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I really appreciate your time today, and thank you for allowing me to come and present to you.
Thank you.
Oh, and they found the presentation. All right, we're in good shape. My name is Leslie Graham. I'm the general manager for Zia Natural Gas Company. I'm located in our Ruidoso office, but always enjoy coming down here, finding some good food and visiting with our crew down here. I am joined today by Ron Reynolds, I apologize, our district manager for the area. Many of you may know Ron. He's in here in the city or county streets and interacting with the public each and every day, trying to make sure we've got gas service going to all of our customers. Wes Hacker couldn't join us, and Crystal Fuentes. Wes Hacker is our utility operations manager, and Crystal is our business development manager, and they both get very involved. Wes is in the middle of working on a project actually over on Picacho Avenue, and Crystal's throughout the state, and so she's also a great resource. I have their contact numbers in the very back of the presentation if you are looking for them. Okay, next slide, please. Do I click?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me try this. One more, please.
There you go.
Oh. Okay, wonderful. Well, today I'm here to present our integrated resource plan. This is something that is required by the Public Regulation Commission. I'm going to talk about what it is, talk a little bit about our system, evaluation of our current supply and demand resources, and talk about what additional needs might be needed here in Doña County, some of those options for additional needs, and then wrap up with our energy efficiency program. Yeah, all right. The goal of the integrated resource plan is to identify the most cost-effective portfolio of resources to supply existing and future energy needs of our customers. That comes right out of our regulation with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. A lot of times you'll see integrated resource plans with the electric utilities. In fact, sometimes I feel they come up with rules and then they realize there's gas utilities, and so they hit "and gas," and here we are. And so a lot of times with the electric utilities, you'll see their mix of solar and wind and coal, natural gas, nuclear, and they're looking at how they're balancing all those supplies and meeting some of the growth needs. Natural gas is a little bit different in that we do tie to a pipeline, but we don't have a huge number of options for that natural gas. We do tie to local pipelines and get it off the interstate transmission line. So the IRP requirements, we look at this every 4 years. It's a planning period of 4 to 10 years. One of the big pieces of it is the public advisory process, which we're doing right now, reaching out to the public and looking for any future plans that you might know of that we may want to take into consideration as we're looking at our natural gas needs. We evaluate our current infrastructure, and then the final process is, of course, filing with the PRC and having that integrated resource plan approved, hopefully. The report that we'll finally come out with is available to the public. It's going to talk about our current load forecast, our existing resources, future needs as we identify them in each of the counties that we serve, any additions that we may need that we've identified through this public advisory process, a description of the gas supply and the delivery system, evaluation of any alternatives that might be out there. We'll talk about what came up during the public advisory process, any concerns or any recommendations or requests from the public, and then any additional information to aid the PRC in their review of our plan. This process starts, like I said, with the public advisory process. This goes on for a year, and so I've met with county commissions and city leaders throughout our service area. We review our existing planning process, look at our existing supplies, identify any potential needs that those communities have come up with, coordinate with our energy efficiency load management program, and then look for any process improvements and, of course, come up with a cost-effective energy portfolio. So let's talk a little bit about Zia's system in New Mexico. We have approximately 39,500 customers in New Mexico. Sell 3.8 BCF of gas annually throughout the state when we operate in Lee, Eddy, Lincoln, Colfax, and Doña counties. Here in Doña County, we serve, I'm talking to you guys because we serve your areas. We serve from Chamberino up to Hatch, outside the city limits of Las Cruces. We are not on the east side of Las Cruces, and so missing that Talavera area or over in Oregon. I know we've talked about those in the past. We do operate transmission lines in Lincoln County and up in Colfax County. Got a couple slides. So in Doña Ana County, since investing in Doña Ana County in 2011, we've seen very steady growth in all the areas. It's been a great investment for Zia Natural Gas, and I hope it's also been good for the county and for the residents here. We've had a steady growth over the past 10 years, about 1.15%. Little blips in there with between COVID and just summer versus winter customers, but overall it's been pretty steady. We currently have about 13,800 customers. Same thing with sales volume. Natural gas sales volume is always interesting. It's so weather dependent that what you're gonna see is our cold winters versus our warm winters when you look at the sales volume. We do have more industrial, is what I would classify it as, customers here in this county, and I appreciate those. The chili dryers, of course, are great customers and such a identifiable product with this county, so it's always fun to see what they're doing. And then a few people within asphalt, tortillas, and Ron's hooked up several fun, interesting customers. It's fun to see what they are doing as far as their business. Let's see, our system in Doña Ana County, we purchase our natural gas actually from Shell, transported over the main Kinder Morgan El Paso natural gas transmission line. We take delivery of that near Chamberino, but we also take delivery off of the city of Las Cruces system on West Picacho. It's called the Martinez Station. It's just east of the Rio Grande system. We are currently working on an additional delivery point off the city of Las Cruces system near Picacho Hills Drive, and that's what I've got a picture of up there. It's slowly coming together. I had hoped, I think I made this presentation past tense, and it's not quite past tense, but I think we're just about there. I think we're about to turn that valve on, so I'm excited to get that up and running. Capacity in Doña Ana County, I do believe we have sufficient capacity on the Kinder Morgan El Paso system and through the city of Las Cruces. The 3 delivery points allow us to deliver gas through various points along our very long, narrow system, and so I don't anticipate any capacity issues for projected growth in the area. But I'm always looking for public input. Projects that may need natural gas, potential loss of gas demand, projected a resource for projected housing growth in Doña Ana County, and any other economic factors affecting growth in Doña Ana County. I know some of the interesting ones that we've recently been addressing has hit nationally has been the data centers. The new data centers, and I know El Paso has announced AI data center use mass amounts of energy. It's really, truly amazing, their energy requirements. I know that that's been looked at in several areas, and the people who have talked to me, I've encouraged to talk to those transmission lines. The volume is just truly incredible, and you have to get to that high-pressure transmission line system to be able to actually meet their energy needs. And so that's been an interesting one that I think is affecting this area, even if it's in the south part of this area. Move forward. So this is a middle of the presentation conclusion, simply stating that I do believe for the typical growth that we have sufficient capacity. And for any additional capacity needs, of course, I'm always open to visiting with any resources, looking at strategic development plans, talking to the planning coordinators with the county and city on any additional needs that may be beyond normal growth. Let's see, some of the other sides of this integrated resource plan is looking at supply side resource options. And like I said, we are connected to the interstate transmission line, and that's where we're buying our natural gas. There are people who, there are other options out there, biomass, dairy-based biogas, and hydrogen that are being investigated, explored. There's research going on in these areas. We haven't found one yet that has worked for our system. We've been approached about dairy-based biogas. Unfortunately, it would tie straight into a very small part of our distribution system, and we still have some gas quality concerns. Most of the projects that have worked have gone to the interstate transmission line, where that gas can intermix with all the rest of the natural gas in that transmission line, diluting any concerns that you might have over particulates or other things that might be in that gas. Hydrogen, I believe New Mexico Gas Company even has a hydrogen project going where they mix certain amounts of hydrogen in with the natural gas as another option for natural gas and future resources. I think I just actually addressed this slide, but just most of these for our smaller utility, you've got some expensive startup costs, low availability, and then quality control issues. Finally, I'm going to slide into our energy efficiency program. And just briefly, 2 slides, but we do have an energy efficiency program, and that's addressing the demand side of supply, helping our customers to use natural gas more efficiently, increasing the efficiency of their appliances, providing rebates for appliances, or rebates to reduce the amount of hot water that you use so you don't use as much natural gas generating that hot water. We have rebates around space heating, water heating, new construction, encouraging people to build more efficiently in their new homes. We have an income qualified program that's run through our partner Clear Result. They'll come in and do direct install at no cost to the customers. And then our commercial program, they'll also do direct install, or they'll come in and do energy audit and make recommendations. And they've been working with schools and with other businesses throughout our service area. And I was quite pleased because after going to my daughter's Texas Tech presentation, there was a QR code on every slide. So we managed to figure out how to get a QR code on this one. I'm pretty happy about that. Anyway, any questions that you might have? I really appreciate your time today and be happy to take any questions that you might have either about this presentation or anything that might be going on with the natural gas.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today. Commissioners, questions or comments on? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds, please
Thank you.
take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Leslie, you talked about the high-pressure gas required for large installations. I know the typical gas inside a home is like 4 PSI, and if you're transmitting it along a highway or in a community, it's usually 15 PSI. When you're talking about high pressure, what are you? And I know we have some pipes in Las Cruces that are 30 PSI, which I think is excessive. So what is a high-pressure line in your decision and your determination?
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, thank you for the question. Yeah, inside the home, it's actually 1/4 pound,
Okay.
4 ounces, and so 4 is
Yeah,
a
4
common
ounces,
number,
right.
but it's 4 ounces per square inch. And that's what we serve inside the home, and so that meter set will reduce it down. The city of Las Cruces, I do believe most of their distribution lines, and Ron can just throw something at me if I'm speaking wrong at this point, but they run at about 15 pounds, I think is correct. And then we've got things running at about 30 pounds per square inch. El Paso's going to run somewhere around 1,000 pounds.
In my
And the
neighborhood,
big main lines feeding around town will be around 300 pounds.
yeah, that's close. Yeah, 300. Yeah. In my neighborhood, ours are old neighborhood, and we have 30 PSI, and they're in right now changing them from 30 to 15. And so we have reducers at each one of our gas meters, you know, taking them down from 30 down to 4. Some of the appliances. So yeah, most people don't know. I think what gas lines, you know, what the PSI is on one side. But 300's a lot, but that's a high demand, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything else? Seeing none. Well, thank you for joining us today. I just screenshotted all your contact information, so if we have any follow-up questions, we'll definitely reach out to you all.
Thank you so much. I really
Thank
appreciate your
you.
time.
And thank you for joining us from Rio Doso. We appreciate it. Okay, next up, I think I saw, yes, I did. We do have updates on IT infrastructure projects throughout Doña County. We have Andres Martinez, our customer support supervisor. Welcome, sir.
Hello, hello, Commission. Thank you guys for having me again. Andres Martinez, IT Operations Manager. So yeah, today we're gonna go over some of the infrastructure that IT's been working on throughout the last year, a couple of the projects that we have going on through the fiscal year. So just a little bit about the team. The infrastructure team maintains all of the county's networks, servers, communication systems across the county. There's the vision statement for the department. The team mission for the infrastructure team is building and supporting the core systems that enable essential services and connectivity throughout the county. That is the org chart of this team. So that's our systems administrators, network engineers, communications technicians. Servers and systems, so all of the systems that the county runs, this team is responsible for maintaining the servers, maintaining their connectivity, the storage, monitoring performance of all of our networks across the county. We also maintain, networks, not just in this building, obviously, across all of our facilities, community centers, and fire stations in the sheriff's department. Our communications technicians support our radio, microwave, and tower sites. And they're all responsible for monitoring all of these systems and getting them back up when there are issues. So we'll look at the projects for the last year, some of the team initiatives that we worked on and aligning them with the strategic goals. So change management policy and tracking, that's just something internal to IT that we started this year to better track the changes that our team are making so that other teams are aware of what's going on and when there's maintenance. Modernizing network and server platforms to improve stability and capacity. Improving backup and storage processes. Collaborating with the state on improved public safety communications. Improving patching and asset life cycles. Updating documentation, solution documentation, and frequently asked questions. And improving Microsoft 365 adoption, increasing our network capacity and wireless improvements, and migrating all of our email accounts to our new domain, which seems like a very easy thing for most people, but it is very, very complicated on the back end. So we'll go over 3 of our big projects that we've completed this year. Our network infrastructure refresh, completing a full refresh of a bunch of outdated equipment, some upgraded connectivity that we've rolled out across the government center and some of our other county facilities, and improving our public safety across the departments. So our network refresh, that completed earlier this year. It was upgrading network equipment across 60 locations. This project took 4 or 5 months, I believe, from the start of the actual work to be getting it completed. 115 network switches, replacing our entire Wi-Fi system throughout all county facilities. 125 access points. It's a lot that people don't realize exactly what it takes when you're putting Wi-Fi in all of our buildings and trying to get coverage. And we're still cleaning some of that up, trying to get better coverage in detention where attorneys come in so they have access to Wi-Fi in the big brick building of a detention center. And then just getting modern equipment so that the stuff that we're putting in now future-proofs us so that we're not having, in a year from now, regrets about stuff that we just took 6 months to implement. Some connectivity improvements. I will discuss those in a little more detail in a second, but we got new internet here to this building, increased our speed significantly. Our old connection, we upgraded it back during COVID, and even then it was still sluggish trying to just support any kind of remote work. And now as we've continued to move to more cloud-based systems, every Monday when people were checking in to do their time cards, we would just see the internet just bogged down. So we got new internet at the beginning of this year. It's been a huge benefit, and it improved connectivity not just to this building, to all of our connected buildings. Everything routes back to here. So all of our buildings got better connectivity when this was upgraded. Fiber improvements in the northern area of the county. Again, I'll go over that one in more specifics, and improvements to the fairgrounds. So this is the Northern Fiber Project. This was started in 2023. It completed this year. It includes running, it was a combination of some county funds matched with some state funds, some grants that helped build this fiber network that runs along the back highway from Radium Springs up to Hatch. So it connected for our buildings, the Placitas Community Center, Rincon Fire, Rincon Community Center, Radium Springs Fire, and Radium Springs Community Center. And the fiber that was laid in there is owned by the county now and allows us to expand. We have 100 strands of fiber. We're using 4 to connect our buildings. So it gives us a lot of potential for, if we add facilities in the northern part of the county, we have a lot of capacity of running fiber that we own to build off of and giving us very good connectivity. It also, the company that was contracted to do this also ran their own fiber alongside ours so that they could service the public. You know, the intention when the grant was accepted was to be able to connect 1,600 homes to fiber, just giving them a lot closer connectivity in areas that didn't have any good ISP options. That rollout is still ongoing. They haven't got permits yet to start offering internet to customers, but that is their intention, is hopefully within the next 6 months or a year that they will be able to offer internet service to community members who live in that area.
Andrew, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
will we be able to actually offer to lease some of our fiber capabilities as well?
Correct.
Okay, so we could do it to with public entities, private entities, anybody. So as we do more development up there, we have the ability to actually turn that into a utility.
Yeah, and that's actually what we're trying, that's what we're working on. We're trying to work right now with an ISP, essentially, you know, give them a couple of strands of our fiber so that they can provide fast internet to our buildings in return for them being able to service the communities in the areas as well.
Now, it sounds like if we're upgrading throughout the rest of the county, we're planning to do something similar throughout the rest of the county. Am I correct?
That we want to, we don't have anything concrete going, like construction or anything for
Right.
the rest of the county. But yes, that's
But
what we want.
long-term plans, we should be doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I just want to add, and I think Andres is being a little, I think he's being very humble with this project because this is, this was a about $16 million project. The majority of that really came from the federal government. And this was part of a grant that we tried several times to get, and we were finally successful in getting this, the USDA Reconnect. And so this has been a huge undertaking that has been in the works for many, many years, especially particularly to the New Salem Tower that will improve communications. So, and then also I think to your point, Commissioner Reynolds, not only do we have conduit for our fiber, they have a conduit for the partner that we have, but also there's a third empty conduit that anybody else in the future, should they want to run fiber, they can do that, and it'll be much easier for them to do it. So it's a, like I said, I know this has been something that we've been doing, and so I'm excited to hear that it's coming to fruition and moving along.
Mr. Commissioner Reynolds, or Commissioner Sanchez, thank you. Something that we've discussed as a board, and I've discussed with the team, is that we should be actually doing, we should have an ordinance that actually causes us to dig once. So when we go in and redo roads, we should be laying pipe down for fiber. And when we go in and add any kind of gas lines, water lines, we should be working with our partners in the community to actually go ahead and drop lines for communications as well. And if we don't already have that policy, which I don't think we do, I think we should actually seriously start to work with our partners in the county and say, whenever you're laying a line, we want to lay something right next to it, and so I think we should continue to do this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it a whole lot easier. I mean, the biggest holdup on this project has been permits. When you cross a bunch of, areas that's private and commercial and BLM and railroad, it's just, everything takes a long time. So yeah, doing it alongside other construction makes a lot of sense.
I mean, since somebody's going to pull the permits anyway, and once the dig is done, there's no extra charge or cost or problem. Just throw an extra pipe in there. I think we should seriously be doing that for the future, because I know we can plan for today, but we really have to plan for 50 years from now as well. And that's why. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. One of our other projects was upgrading connectivity to the fairgrounds. So this is a couple years of a project that we're working on. So this year, or last summer and through this year, the plan was to essentially get connectivity out of we had a tower connection last year to the show barn, which is the building there at the bottom. This last year, it was expanding that to provide Wi-Fi throughout the entire facility. So each one of those green dots on this map, created a connection back to that barn, and then we put public Wi-Fi on a pole there to broadcast for any visitors. So this year at the fair was the first year that we actually enabled it fully for vendors to be able to connect, for the volunteers that we're working to be able to connect. And our hope is that we can expand this going forward for any events that are going on at this area. Public safety. So over the last year, we've been working with our departments and with the state New Mexico Department of Information Technology to switch over to the digital radio system that's owned by the state. So we've been working with them to not only get our departments using that system, but also expanding their coverage on our tower networks to give more coverage where we can for our public safety departments. We are still working on this project. They're planning to add this radio system to our tower here at the Government Center to get better coverage on the west side of town. And we're looking to get additional radios for the departments that didn't get some last time to try to get everybody on the same system.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner.
Sorry, this is a very important project for me. And working with our DASO and all the safety services around the county, being on the MIRV board for the last 7 years. What we've accomplished with this, by the way, for most public people who haven't been involved and probably don't know, is that we had a couple of dead zones in the county. And if you actually were, let's say, somebody went out on Highway 9 going west to Deming, and they saw an accident on the road, and they finally got to where they could get cell service, and they called 911 to send an ambulance out. Well, if they showed up and there were like multiple casualties in the accident, then and one ambulance showed up, they could not call for backup. If there was this officer out there who encountered a problem with somebody having a shootout or something, they couldn't call for backup. And so this whole process of us going to the 800 system, which is actually the state police system for the state, it not only does it actually eliminate all the dead spots in the county, making it much safer for our citizens and the ability to get more services out when they're needed, when we get there on site and assess the situation. But in addition to that, we can have someone any place in the state. So let's say that the undersheriff is up in a meeting in Santa Fe and something serious happens here. They have the ability to actually have their phone with them, or their cell phone with them, and actually get a call and get involved in managing the situation down here in Doña County. So this expands our ability to actually provide safety services not only throughout the county, but also throughout the state. And we have a situation that occurs and we need a situation manager involved to actually manage it. They can manage from anywhere in the state. So this is actually what I would call 22nd century success for us. And I think you all should applaud this organization and other organizations in the county who actually had the foresight to actually move forward and make this happen. It's really going to change a lot of things for the community and make the citizens much more protected and served better. So thank you. Thank you guys for doing this.
So just a couple quick slides on just team metrics. I won't go into details, but that just gives you guys an idea. This is for the infrastructure team alone, where we get the most tickets from. Not surprisingly, the public safety departments are the largest ones and usually the ones that we work most closely with. Our SWOT analysis for the infrastructure team. So our strengths, we have this network refresh that we just completed is a huge strength for us. It gave us a lot of capability that we didn't have before. Our team is very responsive to issues, very adaptable, and because a lot of them are new to the organization, they're bringing a fresh perspective to some legacy pain points, things that other departments have brought forward to us with concerns, and having these guys help us review and address those issues. Weaknesses we're still working on, outdated technology, staff turnover, loss of historical knowledge, gaps in policies and procedures, internal documentation, project scheduling, delivery timelines. Our opportunities implement more proactive processes, refreshing age technology, this new team structure that we've built to bring in additional resources, better resource allocation, improving documentation and formalizing SOPs, and our threats, staff retention, project issues with projects due to resource overallocation, vulnerabilities in our old systems, and insufficient system monitoring. So this slide just goes over kind of what we're working to improve any of those issues that we have. So processes, a big focus is trying to formalize our processes, creating SOPs, creating documentation so that the first time someone looks at an issue isn't the first time that we learn about it. That's been a big push of mine over the last year for this team. For staffing, avoiding over-allocating resources, trying to get projects delivered on time without over-promising someone's workday, because then projects just end up delayed. Getting structured training in IT, different IT teams, not only for knowledge transfer, but for recruiting. If a technician is interested in networking or infrastructure or systems administration, making sure that we have a plan for them to be able to get trained so that if an opportunity comes up, they can move to that position if that's where they want to go. Reviewing compensation for our highly technical positions. Our external threats that we have, upgrading or replacing our legacy systems. We did a large chunk of that this year. We still have some devices that we need to replace or upgrade. Improving network segmentation, just making sure that, departments who shouldn't be able to see each other's stuff can't see each other's stuff if they're not supposed to. If someone gets a virus, we don't want that to spread throughout the county, so making sure that departments are segmented off by their needs. And improving tools for provisioning, patching, and monitoring so we have better insight when there are issues. New storage and virtualization hardware, and expanded use of virtualization and cloud services. So lastly, we'll just go over real quick the goals for the remainder of this fiscal year. So continuing connectivity improvements, modernizing storage and servers, and modernizing our server environment. So projects that we're still working on, partnering with local ISPs to improve connectivity for our facilities. We're looking at all of our locations, and if we don't have a solution or an internet provider available to us, then start using our tower network that we're building. The tower network exists. Now it's just upgrading the infrastructure on that network to support more facilities to connect to it if we don't have another option. We also want to review grant opportunities to expand fiber in the southern part of the county. On our tower locations, so we're starting a project to upgrade connectivity, this backbone of towers that we own, so that we can start using them for, right now we have primarily fire stations and backup links for the sheriff's department, but we want to start expanding that to give options to community centers where we don't have a good ISP option. If we can line of sight to a tower, we should be able to connect to it and get much improved speeds. And improving radio coverage, continuing. So we have our new Salem tower that was built. It's not live just yet, but it will cover, we're moving off of a tower in Caballo down to Salem to improve radio coverage along I-25 in the northern part of the county. We are finalizing the details to migrate our radio systems to this tower. We hope within the next 1 to 2 months, but the tower is actually there and we'll start utilizing it. The state already is scheduling their work to install the radio system on this tower as well. Like I mentioned, we're adding capacity to the government center tower so we can expand the radio coverage here on this side of town, and continuing to work with the State Department of IT for further improvements where they need better coverage for their system. We have locations or towers, how can we help them? Modernizing storage and servers. This is an ongoing project currently right now. We are replacing some very old legacy systems that is end of life. We are getting new storage. We got new storage already. It's significantly faster than we had before, much smaller footprint. It gives us way better ability to replicate data and backup data off-site. So if we have an outage, that stuff continues to exist. We are starting the project to replace our virtual environment for all of our servers. That is a big undertaking. The current environment has been around for the whole time that I've been here. So we are starting this project. We are hoping to get this done by February and continuing to, working on the OEM building. We're planning for that building to be our new backup data center. So all of this hardware that we're buying with the intention of replicating it in the OEM building. And migrating departments to SharePoint so we can stop having so much data on very expensive storage where we don't need it all the time, and just make it easier for people to control their own data. And that is it. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation, commissioners. Comments? Yes, Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Reynolds.
thank you. And one more thing I think is very important here to note. I want to applaud you and the whole team and the IT organization because, you know, has anybody ever heard of ransomware?
Mhm.
You know, we have not had an attack on ransomware at this county since I've been here. I know, I'm cursing it. No, I'm not. The point is our team does a great job of setting up policy and managing this with some of the software we have, number one. Number two, the backup strategy we have, so if we do have an attack, we have a way to get back. And thirdly, it's every employee of the county is part of this process to make sure that we don't have an attack like that gets by our IT team. And when we 4 or 5 years ago, we read it, everybody was getting attacked and millions of dollars of losses. And just to pay for one attack like that could be $30, $40 million. And I really applaud you, our team here at the county, that you've been diligent and worked really hard to make sure that we're protected from things like that. And the citizens, our county employees get education. We're educated every month and reminded the risk that we take if we don't look at our email and make sure and watch out for those kind of attacks. And so they provide education to us, so we automatically get in our inbox. We go through about a 20, 30-minute training every month to remind us to protect, the assets of the county by not selecting to open something that we don't recognize, and just a whole bunch of things. And so you don't get enough credit, and our team doesn't get enough credit for what we've done and what you guys are doing in this. And so I applaud you guys for that too. And so thank you.
Thank you.
And all the people that work here too.
Chair Shelter Hernandez, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I just want to say from a person who heads a department, leads a department, and I cannot give you all enough kudos for the work that you've done. When you run elections and the continual discussion about security, you all have basically connected with all of the trainings at the Secretary of State's office, all of the programs that we are required to do. You helped us, basically, our new warehouse, which is adjacent to us, which we'll be celebrating soon, just seamlessly seemed to connect all the dots. You got the POs, all of the weeds you went into, and then you did the bigger picture, and you did it without complaining. And I will tell you, you could have, because we demanded, I hate to say demanded, we actually pleaded with you for XYZ in terms of, deadlines, and every single time you all came through for us. And so to do something that what we do, which we feel is supportive of the community, you all are the back end of supporting the community. So although you're in your area, you're the IT guys and girls, women, and you're unsung heroes for sure in our worlds and what we do. And the fact that you do it with just really part of like a team effort. You do not get the credit you deserve. It's a thankless job. We count on you. We literally couldn't do our jobs without you. So to Kent, Andres, you and your team, I cannot just give you enough thanks for the help that you provided, not just this past year, which I know has been tough with the new warehouse and everything you've gotten done, but just generally, I've seen you all get better and better. And I'm just, I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Kudos to the team, because I literally sit in my office and ask them to do things, and they do them. So yeah, it's really all the team behind us that are getting the work done. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any other commission comments? Seeing none. Thank you for the presentation, sir. We appreciate it. Okay. Next up, we do have to discuss courthouse security in our judicial annex, we do have Chief Judge Hawkes. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good morning. For those of you who may not know me, I am Chief Judge Richard Hawkes of the 3rd Judicial District Court It is a pleasure to be here this morning. I have two topics, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to discuss both of them, or if you want me, we can discuss the first topic and then I can take questions, or I can discuss both of them and then have questions for both. In addition, with me this morning is Bernice Ramos, our court executive officer. If there's any questions that I'm not able to answer, I'm sure she can fill in and help me. The first topic is court security. We were asked by our Supreme Court Justice, Justice Thompson, to have these meetings with our county commission. There's been a very wide discrepancy in the type of security that different counties and courts are working with. I've been very fortunate. Our court has been very fortunate. Both the sheriff and the undersheriff have done an amazing job providing security to our courthouse. And I've spoken with many of the deputies who work there, and they're always very concerned with the security and safety of our judges and our staff. But I also emphasize to them that my main priority is also to keep the public that comes into our courthouses safe. And I thank you on behalf of our court for the hard and diligent work of those individuals. I was speaking to Commissioner Reynolds prior to the meeting. I recognize court security is not just the responsibility of our sheriff's department. It's a team effort that includes the judges, the bailiffs who work in the courtrooms, the clerks who assist the community and the public and have the resources to identify individuals who may be what we call maybe an obstinate visitor or an individual who may be disgruntled, so that we take the necessary precautions to make sure safety is kept. So we take that responsibility seriously in our court, and we work with our security deputies to make sure that security is of the most important thing everywhere, every day. The second topic, unless there's questions on security, Mr. Chair, or did you want me to go on to the next topic?
Commissioners, any questions? Continue on, sir.
All right. The next topic has to do with our annex. I know we presented some documents, a packet going back to 2023. I'm not going to run the slideshow unless the members want to see that. We started this in 2023. We are in need of a judicial annex. And we're asking for a judicial annex since 2023 to provide 2 additional courtrooms to our courthouse. We currently have 9 judges, 2 hearing officers. We are in need of a 10th judge. Before I can even present the request for a 10th judge, the first question they're going to ask me is, do you have a place for this judge? I was sitting with Ms. Ramos in the back here in courtroom number 9, which is not really a courtroom. It's a space that we converted into a courtroom. It doesn't have a jury box. It wasn't set up and built as a courtroom. But we made that for the 9th judge, the newest judge we had. That was me. I am Division 9. I'm not in that courtroom. I was when I started, but through retirements and turnover, I got the privilege to move into a dedicated courtroom. But in reality, courtroom 9 should not be a courtroom. And that's why we're asking for 2 additional courtrooms. One, to put that judge into a courtroom with a jury box and the facilities and the layout for a proper courtroom. And the 10th one is for a 10th judge that we wish to ask for. And that 10th judge is to serve this community. We have an abundant number of cases. We have the need, but before we can get there, I have to have a place to put a 10th judge. I know we've come to this committee before. There was a resolution passed in 2023, Resolution 2023-96, where this body made a commitment to funding. And that's what I'm asking here today, is for a commitment of funding from this board, with the understanding that, just as I've indicated before, it's a team effort. I, as Chief Judge, am willing to ask our Supreme Court Justice for permission to go to our legislature. I've had some communication with our legislative body here in Doña County, And there is support to pitch in funds to make this annex happen. The first question they asked me is, how much is the county willing to contribute to this endeavor? And I don't have an answer for them. So my request of the commission is a resolution, another resolution, so that we can begin that process to seek out assistance from our state legislative delegation. In addition, the Administrative Office of the Courts and the Supreme Court will be asking for funding from our state legislator in this upcoming session. In the past, we had a $20 million fund that was granted to the Administrative Office of the Courts, where we were able to seek matching funds. We asked for that last budget cycle. We got it turned down. I think the budget cycle before that, it was also turned down. But there is a commitment, again, to ask for that $20 million in funds from the legislature to set aside to do some of these builds, renovations, et cetera. So with that resolution, that'll get us ahead of the game with other districts who are going to be asking for the similar ask to improve their facilities, to add to their facilities. So with that, that's why we're here today, to ask for your support in that process. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments?
I have one comment.
Yeah, of course.
Judge Hawkins, as you know, that we did actually commit to matching funds for that request. And so we did commit to that at that time. And I can't say what the board will do now, but we can discuss it, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Sanchez, go ahead.
I concur with Commissioner Reynolds. I think that I think it's always been, I don't think that the commission has been necessarily against the funding of the annex. It's been the amount that's been needed for that. You know, we're talking, what, $10 to $15 million. And so in the past, it's always been tough to try to manage some of those things. So I think I'm in concurrence with Commissioner Reynolds. I think we can look at that and figure out how to encourage our legislators. Sure. And I think one of the challenges we have in our legislature is that they fail. Sometimes I think our legislators, while they're working on so many other priorities, they fail to see the needs because they haven't had to provide funding for some of these initiatives in the past. Why? Because our state has been, this is how our state's been for so many years, is that they've put it onto the counties. And we continue to see these unfunded mandates that are put onto the county, and then we're just expected to pony up. And so when they gave the money for $20 million, a lot of that went to Otero County because they absolutely needed it. But we need to continue that in order to build up the, the district courts as part of our infrastructure, or courthouses as part of our infrastructure. And so it's important that our legislators understand that. And so how they, if they can come up with the plan with the AOC to try to start developing a plan to fund all of that across the state, it would help get everybody support they need, and it wouldn't just fall solely on the county. It would give us the support that we would need to get this done. So like I said, I think I'd in agreement with Commissioner Reynolds and how we could support this in the future, and trying to see how as well the state helping us with this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, thank you. I agree 110%. The statute that's in place where the county has the requirement to provide adequate facilities to the district courthouses, I believe is antiquated. I believe there are other judges in the state of New Mexico who feel the same way. Judges who've served as chief judges, because we're the ones who have to come before the county commissions and ask for assistance in funding and meeting that statutory requirement. I think we've had this conversation with the legislature, with Senator Worth and Senator Cervantes and Senator Munoz, that maybe that is something that we need to relook at that statute. but it's a process that I think it needs to be joined with the Association of Counties, with the Administrative Office of the Courts, so that we review that statute, and if we're gonna go away from that statute, then what's the plan? What is the right process? What are we gonna do with the current buildings that are owned by all the counties in every judicial district? So I agree. We've had this proposal prior to 2023 is my understanding. I am now the third chief judge from the district that comes before this commission. And we're at a point where we need to have some momentum moving forward on this judicial annex. We've met with Ms. Weir monthly with the individuals involved in this process. We just need to have something so that with the legislative session starting in January, that I can go to Santa Fe with a plan and a plan that I need to get approval from my Chief Justice so that we can move forward and with your assistance and with hopefully the assistance of the legislature, whether it be through matching funding or junior bill money from each legislature, from the county. If that's the route I need to go to, I need to know, but I need to have a starting point so that we can begin that process.
Okay, I think that gives us some insight as well. And I know that, and actually, Madam Clerk, I think you would know best, but I believe that New Mexico Counties is actually making it a priority this session to advocate on behalf of the increased monies for the AOC to help with those. So I definitely know that we'll be adopting those priorities as well to help advocate, and we'll definitely get our lobbyists in on that as well to help fund and lobby on behalf of the AOC funding. So I know that's definitely a priority. We had those discussions at the New Mexico Counties retreat last January, I believe. And we'll definitely continue those conversations. So we'll definitely be up at session with you through a lot of those. New Mexico Counties has made this a huge priority, so we can definitely talk more on that and engage our legislators on that. But I think what Commissioner Sanchez said is exactly right. And it is one of those things that we just need to kind of, I hate to use the word educate our legislature on kind of what this looks like, but I think that's exactly what we're gonna have to do. So.
I agree.
And I think this year is going to be tough because it's a 30-day session and it's only what the governor puts on the call that's going to be considered. So if you're not talking to the governor, we may not even get it considered this year.
No, I agree. 30-day session is going to make it even harder.
But also if her call is on public safety again, this definitely would fall under that
purview.
Yep. So I think having those conversations early on, which we can definitely help in doing at the end of the day. So is your ask a new resolution for this year, or what are you needing exactly?
Okay. Yes, we need a similar resolution like we did back in 2023 with a starting point.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I think the only issue I have is the mechanism, because the resolution that we did was tied to a grant application. And so with this not being a grant and we're approving it, I don't know if there's a way for us to direct even just a letter from county management that, or something like that, where they can provide you something like writing that you can take, or if it is a resolution to support it, I'm open to it. I just wasn't sure the mechanism that we can, that's recommended that we do this.
Yeah, we'll get legal look at it. Yeah, so we'll consider, discuss it with legal to find out what we can do and county manager.
Even if it's a resolution that ties in the New Mexico County's priority for funding of the AOC, we could do a resolution based off of that with the commitment. As far as what's in the letter from, at the time it was Chief Perea, I don't know if necessarily the same 1 through 4 would apply to a new one, just because we did pass the bond resolution in the last election. Sure. But we can definitely get, your team will get Bernice in contact with Carrie Neals, our county interim attorney, and we will kind of get that ball rolling with facilities as well, so ECM Weir. and we can start those conversations to figure it out. Oh, Isidro Lopez, I apologize. But we can definitely do that.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments? Okay, seeing none.
Mr.
Thank you
Chair,
so much
members
for
of the commission,
spending your
everybody,
morning with
happy
us.
Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, next up is going to be our approval of minutes from November 14th. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the approval of the minutes from the November 14th meeting. Any comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Moving on, we do have 2 approvals on our agenda today. Item number 10 is to approve 2 new positions for the county manager to meet the strategic needs of the county. And we do we have a motion, commissioners?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. County Manager Andrews.
Thank you, sir. This is a follow-up from our board retreat just a week and a half ago. Staff has been very busy digging in and addressing some of those needs pretty quickly. I know the agenda only lists 2 new positions here, not the names of them, so I just want to be very specific. We're talking about the housing manager position. This, per the feedback of our bond town hall meetings in the last few months and the conversations regarding community land trust at our board retreat, this is clearly a priority for us. So I wanted to make sure to stress that this is a housing manager position in addition to a quality of life and recreation manager position. Some of you may be familiar, the city, for example, has a quality of life director and a parks and recreation director. Well, we're new in this game, so we're going to start small and humble, and I'm sure these positions will grow into much larger things. As our citizens and board knows, we passed both of the bond measures recently we are fully in the recreation game. So we're looking to address that, and we don't have anyone dedicated to that on the staff side. So we're looking to get that kicked off with the Parks and Rec Master Plan, get these positions rolling, and I'm sure both of these positions will possibly grow into director positions in the future. But as of today, just looking at manager roles. I'll pause there and see if there's any comments or questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, County Manager Andrews. This is exactly in line with what we discussed for the bond. This is exactly in line with what we're noticing that we need from our staff. I know that facilities as well as budget and finance have all kind of highlighted during our bond retreat that this is something that we need for sure. So I have no further questions. Commissioners, any further questions? Any public comment this morning? Seeing none. Brandy, roll call the commission, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Brandy, if you can go ahead with that resolution number, please.
I didn't have any resolution documents for that item.
Okay, we will have to figure that out because we'll need a resolution for budget. But it's approved.
We'll take it. Take it.
You're welcome. Okay, next up, we do have the annexation petition submitted by the City of Sunland Park for approximately 2,625.47 acres located along the west municipal boundary of the City of Sunland Park and Country Club Road. I'm on vacation, guys. I apologize. I am totally in Thanksgiving mode. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I'll move approval to begin the discussion.
Thank you. Do we have a second to begin
Second.
discussion? We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by Commissioner Gameros. Do you have anything besides what we had last week? I know that we did postpone this to today.
That's correct, Chair. I don't have any new information on this.
Okay, so with that being said, there was a recent lawsuit that was filed by Paseo del Norte LLC versus Doña County. With that being said, I would like to make a motion that we do convene in closed session regarding a threatened and pending litigation specifically related to D-307-C7-2025-03060 Paseo del Norte LLC versus Doña County, as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H2.
Second.
Hold on, it's not H2. It is 7. NMSA 1978. That was my motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Okay, any discussion on this? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call us into closed session, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. We will be in closed session. We will make it not too long. I apologize. I know you're all here. But we will be in closed session. We'll be out shortly, and then we can move on from there. So stay with us. I apologize.
Thank you.
Welcome back. The time is 11:07 and we are back from closed session. Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion on the floor. The amendment is to deny the annexation by the city of Sunland Park and to authorize the county attorney to entertain all legal options should they deem necessary, or they deem necessary.
Okay, so we do have an amendment on the floor to the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend the motion. Brandy, can you please roll call the commission on the amendment? Oh, any discussion on the amendment? I have discussion on the amendment. I told you guys, I'm already eating turkey and in a coma, it seems. I just want to say that the way that I'm looking at this and the annexation is that I know that we are in negotiation with Sunland Park for terminating the JPA with CRUA and understanding exactly how we can provide the cleanest and the best water to the people of Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, and the CRUA area. I know that we've been in these conversations for quite a while now, and we've not really made a lot of headway with the city of Sunland Park. And just knowing that they are kind of putting forward these annexations without addressing the main concern of clean and safe drinking water for their residents is really concerning to me. I'm not exactly thrilled with this being the second annexation that they've put forth within a matter of weeks. And I really just want to make sure that we are putting the attention back on the issue at hand, which is clean, safe drinking water and making sure that CRUA is, coming to a close. Last meeting, we just authorized them to increase the rates because they're going basically bankrupt and they're not able to provide services to people anymore. And this is exactly what our fear was. And now our fear is not being exactly met with equal fear on the other side, but yet it's being met with annexations. It just doesn't make sense to me. It feels bad. It feels wrong. So I'm definitely in favor of this amendment because we need to do something.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I'd like to also point out that we actually made the vote here in with this board to sever our connection with CRUA in April. So it's been already 6 months. And they are basically dragging their feet and not helping with that process, which is actually putting more of the citizens at risk of not getting clean water soon enough. So our priority has to change and try to stop all this nonsense and move forward with the actions necessary in order to protect our citizens.
You're 100% right. That's what this is nonsense. Anyone else, commissioners? Okay. Any public comment? Some hard-hitting stuff, guys. Anything? Nope. Brandy, will you please roll call us on the amendment?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes. The amendment does pass. Now we're going to look at the amended motion as a whole, and then we can move on, I promise. Commissioners, any discussion on the amendment as a whole, now that we have the amended motion? Seeing none, any public comment on the motion as a whole after amended? Seeing none, Brandy, go ahead.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Point of
Commissioner
order.
Reynolds.
I think it would be worthwhile for you to just take a moment to help the audience understand what we've accomplished with this vote. Or you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say something witty, but
Basically, what we've done is we've basically not approved the annexation, and we've also authorized our our team to take whatever legal action we can to prevent it. So that's what we've done. And so even though it looks like we made a motion first to approve it, by changing that motion, amending that motion, we basically changed that motion completely. So that now the motion to approve the annex has failed, and the motion to take action to prevent the annex has been given to our legal team to take whatever action they deem necessary to stop it. Okay? Thank you.
There you go. Putting an end to the nonsense. I'm going to say nonsense 10 more times by the end of the meeting today. Okay, next up, we do have a hearing, which is an appeal today, which is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision to approve a zone change on a 9-acre parcel and a 9.35-acre parcel out of a 73.55-acre parcel for a winery and related uses located at 1050 and 1051 Picacho Hills Drive. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gometos and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. This will open up the conversation. Welcome. Do you have a presentation for us this morning?
I do.
We love it.
I think I need to be sworn in for this one.
Oh, I need to swear you in, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And for the record, Albert Garcia, Seat 45, North Motel Boulevard. Commissioners, today we have an appeal for a zone change request that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The appellant was Mr. Miller. The property owner is Scott Bannister, being represented by Stephen Green. This property is located just right here, right up the road on Picacho Hills Drive. It's right at the entrance. Currently zoned D1L, low-density residential, limited to site-built homes. This went to the Planning and Zoning Commission back in August, and it was conditionally approved to go from a D1L to a C2. And this was in order to allow the development of a winery and related uses. The appellant is requesting that the BOCC reverse the decision of the P&Z based on mistakes, omissions, and assumptions. And the appeal application is in your packet, as well as his narrative. So this is the location map. This is Picacho Drive right here, and that's the entrance to the Picacho community. And then just to clarify, I mean, this is just showing the boundary of the entire property, but the area that's being proposed for this annexation, it's basically just the front, about 9 acres on each side of Picacho Hills Drive right here. So there's a ditch right here, and that's the area that's being proposed as part of the zone change. Not the entire property, just this area right here. Here is the zoning map. As you can see, most of the property is D1L. Next to it, you have there's C3 designation. You have some industrial and other C2 zoning. And this is just a close-up of the subject parcel. Like I stated, this is the area in question right here. So prior to adopting the UDC, this property was zoned ER3, which is still residential. Once the UDC got adopted, it went from ER3 to D1L, which allows single-family homes. Both properties are being assessed as ag land by the county assessor's office, and access to the property is off of Picacho Hills, Hills Drive, which is a county-maintained right-of-way. So when we look at our code, when we look at the land use matrix, where in the county can you have a wine tasting room? Where can you do a winery? So just based on that matrix, there are a couple of options. Under D1L, you can have it with the special use permit. It's also allowed by right on the MEU C1, C2, C3, and all of our industrial uses. So with the special use permit, that's a little bit different than a zone change. That's only applicable to the use that's being requested. And per the code, typically it's, there is a time limit where if you get approval for a special use permit, you're supposed to start within a year. At least have your construction drawings ready to go within a year and submitted here at the county. So there is a time limitation on when you have to start an approved special use permit. And then that's just a screenshot of our land use matrix, and you see that, there are the areas where, they're permitted, where they're not permitted, and where you need special use permits.
Can you go back to that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So under the D1L, we have that S for special use permits, and they're requesting a C2.
And under the wine tasting room and winery, that would be production as well.
That's right.
Thank you.
So, out of the entire, 70 plus acres, they're only requesting the zone change to be applicable on the 9-acre parcel and the 9.35 acres. That's to go from D1 to C2. And so this business is going to entail, the following uses. Of course, they're going to have the winery and bistro. They're going to have some covered outdoor event space, a sunset promenade, La Vista Event Center, and storage facilities for wine production on the west side of Picacho Hills Drive. And then just a little bit of history. This did go to the P&Z. The P&Z found that the request for the zone change did satisfy the decisional criteria for the zone change. It also found that it was not considered spot zoning and that it was in harmony with surrounding commercial uses. But as part of the hearing, and after reading the facts, going through the packet, having public input here for the hearing, they gave it a conditional approval. And so they basically, what they did was they went down the list of uses that were allowed under the C2 designation and eliminated those uses that they felt were not compatible with the area. And on here on this slide, we have those uses that are listed. So the conditional approval was to, yes, allow for the C2 zoning designation, but these uses that are here on your screen are prohibited. So area of the rezone, like we saw in the aerials, you basically go up to the ditch that's there. It's all currently farmland. This is going to be the area for the winery on the right side of Picacho Hills Drive. On the west side of Picacho Hills Drive, that's where they're going to have the production facility. And on the conceptual site plan, this is, just so we can get oriented, this is Highway 70 or Picacho Drive. This is the entrance to Picacho Hills Drive. And then this is where the location of the proposed winery is. And like I said, this is just a conceptual site plan for now. And then once you zoom in a little bit more, just to see what's there, you see the entrance, parking areas, the winery and bistro itself, Sunset Promenade, and then an event center that's going to be attached to it as well. Notifications were sent out in a similar manner to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. And those were this is just a map of those properties that were notified. This is Picacho Hills Drive, so we're looking back towards Highway 70 or Picacho Drive. This is the entrance. The picture of the intersection. Now I'm looking north on Picacho Hills Drive. So if I'm standing, on the north end of, the subject area, here I'm looking south on those properties. So this is a property on the east. So this is going to be the area where they're going to be building the winery itself. So you'll basically have a winery here and then the production facility on the other side. So I'm looking south here on Picacho Hills Drive. And this is the other 9 acres that are on the west side of Picacho Hills Drive. And then just north, of the property is the remainder of that ag land. So all this portion is owned by the property owner. And then to the northwest, you have the community of Picacho Hills. So these are the criteria that we have to adhere to when it comes to zone changes and appeals. We are recommending the Board of County Commissioners acting as a Board of Appeals to uphold the decision of the P&Z, thereby approving the zone change. And of course, through our appeal section, the Board of Appeals may approve or reverse the decision of the P&Z or make such modifications on the appeal as it deems necessary in order to protect the public interest. The decision shall be based on findings of fact. So that's the end of my presentation. Staff stands for question. We do have members of the appellant party here, as well as the representatives for the property owner.
Thank you. With that being said, commissioners, do you have any questions before we hear from the appellant and the property owner? Yeah, of course.
So which water company services this area?
Doña Mutual.
So it's Doña Mutual, domestic.
Yeah, okay. Okay, number one. Number two, is this the only entrance in and out of this neighborhood?
For right now, yes. Actually, it is. It is the only entrance for the Picacho Hills community.
So I've heard that the water companies have problems with water out there. Are we aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I'll defer that over to the applicant's representative.
Yeah, the Picacho Hills Golf Country Club actually said that the water they were getting from that water company was actually killing their lawn, killing their grass. I'm wondering if it would do the same to wine. Number one. Number two, yeah, I think I don't know what we have in the plans specifically for that area, for that entrance. But, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, apologize. I said I don't know what we have planned for that entrance, being it's currently the only way in and out of the neighborhood. And this the other one is I don't know what we can do about the water because we don't really have any control over the water. But I think it might be of a concern, that's all.
Okay.
Did you hear me then?
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Miller here or a representative of Mr. Miller's? Okay, please join us at the podium. Okay. Mr. Miller, if you'll please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
My name is actually Robert Blair. I'm presenting the information for Roland Miller. He's not able to be here today.
Okay.
Yeah, can't hear you.
Could you hear me better?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, got to bend over. I'm sorry. This is to the Board of County Commissioners, Albert Casillas, Senior Planner and fellow residents of the Picacho Hills Community in District 1. My name is Roland Miller. I'm a 26-year-old resident and registered voter in Picacho Hills, District 1. As proof, I offer my residence at 1330 Vista del Soro. First, let me say that I'm not opposed to meaningful progress, but as I told the Planning and Zoning Committee, progress without careful planning consideration can lead to chaos. This is evidenced in several areas of the city and county. For example, the intersection of Loman, Telcher, Nacho Drive, and 125. Lack of careful planning is also evidenced on almost all of West Picacho Avenue, including Fair Acres Elementary School. I also firmly believe that the decision to rezone must be made on evidence-based information and not on speculation. Therefore, I offer the following reasons why I think the county commissioners have no choice but to set aside the decision. Number one, Mr. Green stated in the Planning and Zoning meeting that they are unwilling to spend money on a comprehensive business and marketing plan unless they know for sure that the commissioners will grant the zoning request. This is unreasonable and flawed logic. Any business person knows that you can't go to a bank and apply for a loan and say to the banker, no, we're not going to do any comprehensive planning until you grant us the loan. It doesn't work that way. The same criteria should apply to zoning. Otherwise, how do you, the commissioners, know the veracity of the appellant's claims? Mr. Bannister claims that he doesn't even plan to build a winery for at least 3 to 5 years. As a common sense business person, this raises some important red flags. The most important to me is, does he even plan to build a winery? He says this is because his fields are not ready to produce enough grapes. Many wineries outsource grapes until their own fields produce and even to supplement their own fields. One of the concerns that some of us have is that Mr. Bannister and Mr. Green have no intention really of building a winery, that the real plan is to obtain rezoning in order to resell the land as commercial. Otherwise, he would have to wait so long for the land for the stated purpose. This would constitute unjust enrichment. It is the definition of spot zoning. And there has been no large-scale rezoning done in the area since 2017. In light of these concerns, I respectfully request that the commissioners take the following action. Require the applicants to submit a detailed business marketing plan, including how this winery would promote and attract agritourism specifically to District 1. If the above is submitted, issue a special use permit for a winery. This would ensure that the stated use is followed under community guidelines. I request that the county commissioners revisit the concepts and definitions of spot zoning and unjust enrichment. In order to provide the applicant sufficient time to comply with the above requirements, I ask the commissioners to set aside the decision until the first scheduled county commissioners meeting in January. All of these things would allow the commissioners to make an informed decision based on evidence and not on speculation that the applicants are asking for now. I thank the commissioners for their time and attention. I truly believe that you will make the correct decision for the benefit of all District 1 residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for this gentleman? None at this time, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do we have Mr.
I'm sorry.
Bannister? and-
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I do have a question. I'm sorry, I was just thinking. So according to your complaint, you said that there were omissions and errors in their request, and specifically omissions of, you're talking about the marketing plan, the sales plan?
He's talking specifically about the requirements that the Planning Commission has under submitting for a zone change, and that is justification for the zone change with very actually detailed information, economic information that would work to enhance that request.
Okay.
So it's the procedures that occurred in the planning and zoning meeting.
And what about the errors that were made?
The errors he believes were in the case of the planning department during the commissioning going into closed session and creating a whole list of C2 uses. He didn't understand why that happened. And my question was, did the developer in the very early stages of the project discuss with the planning department the C2 issue? I would like to know that myself.
Okay, thank you.
That's what he feels.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner.
with the appeal, it seems like there was very specific recommendations on with the zone change that it was a conditional approval of a zone change.
Right.
With all the items listed that it could not be, for certain commercial, for cannabis, and so on. Your concern is that's not restrictive enough in terms
My
of,
concern
because
is-
what I think I heard you say is it should be done specifically to say this is a winery, but
The applicant applied for a winery. During the meeting, you guys created, or the planning and zoning created a whole list of excluded and approvable C2 uses. I was not able to be at the meeting, and I would, if I was there, I would have questioned why this discussion of C2 all of a sudden? The C2 and the prejudicial aspects of condoning a C2, not a specific winery, work to allow an open-ended C2 progress all the way on the entire property. There's a lot of us in the community are stunned why the Picacho Hills is not a specific planning area. It is one of the, a large residential and impact in the community. It's going to have tons more usage. The traffic's going to increase. The age increases on the residents. And there are mechanisms for the county to deal with, I think, the development issues of a winery, let alone a complete C2 design for that entire property. I think it's prejudicial for the C2 future rezoning.
Well, and I guess I just go back to the concern where understanding if it was C2 without conditions, that would create serious concerns for yourself and or the residents. I guess my question is, with the conditions outlined that it could not be, does that not address many of the concerns you have with, I think if I understood you right, if it was specifically a winery, you would or would not have an issue with it. I guess the way I understood your comment earlier was it should be approved specifically only for a winery because then it would limit what it could be used for in the case that the developer were to sell in the future. Is that what I understand?
It should be specific to the wineries because that's what he asked for. He didn't ask for a bunch of C2 specifically included uses, I don't believe, in the application.
Okay. Thank you. And I think, Mr. Casillas, I think what you had indicated when you had, with the initial presentation, is the C2 was better suited in terms of the winery and wine production and kind of what encompasses the production of what was being proposed. And that was for why it was being recommended to as a C2. Is that correct?
That's correct. And, just to backtrack a little bit also, all the options, all the possible options were discussed with the property owner. He had his own concerns about the special use permit, and I'll let his applicant, address those questions of why the decision was made to apply for the zone change versus the special use permit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Well, I do have a suggestion along the lines of special use permit. Special use permit that in your ordinances address every issue that is a concern to the community. Traffic, the intersection of Picacho Hills, the hours of operation, the extent of the operations. We hear things like concerts, event venues. What are they? How do they affect us? This is the gateway to our community. And yet I would, being an architect, I would have asked my client before they came here to actually, do we have a concept for this plan, for this entire site? This is incremental, chipping away at a large piece of property. And the special use permit gives you the mechanism, and it gives the owner, the developer, the data that he needs to address from a community standpoint on the standards to be built on there. The building permit is not going to cover these kinds of operational issues. I'm talking a level here of community planning, and the special use permit does it. I would suggest if you do the special use permit, ask the planning commissioner, tell them to give them more time.
Thank you.
I don't think the year is appropriate anyway.
Well, and I think maybe as we continue on, I think the analysis, you talk on traffic, I think it's even here in the staff analysis that says that the driveways, with the, let's see, Picacho Hills Drive is classified as minor arterial by the Mesilla Valley MPO. And then there would also be, if there's access to be from Picacho, there would be an NMDOT permit required. So I think there's been some analysis of traffic on that area. And so, that's part of the staff recommendation.
That is.
I'm just saying, sir, I mean, that is part of.
You just mentioned operational standards for putting placements of driveways along Picacho Avenue. I'm talking about traffic load. I'm talking about, one driveway that they're going to design that all these Picacho Hills residents are going to be impacted by. How many cars are there? What's the impact? Talking about Picacho Hills, I would never suggest to my client to you can't put another driveway on Picacho Hills. It's irrelevant. It's the speed limit and location of driveways. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Do you have reference to that? I'm just wondering, you're saying that we can't do that, this can't happen, but I'm wondering what analysis you have that proves otherwise.
By reading the Department of Transportation standards for placements of driveways on highways.
Well, like I said, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Is do we have a representative from the property owner? Come on up. Okay, if you can please state your name.
My name's Stephen Green.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So just to kind of address some of the concerns that Mr. Miller brought up, respectfully, being in the fellow thing, I think you'd understand that, again, you are only pressed to do as much as you can when the client is asked to do so. And sometimes understanding that we have obtained a zoning, if we don't know we have the zoning, why would we go through all the motions without knowing that? That's like saying we don't know how big of a sheet of paper to draw the thing on. We kind of need to know that first. Second of all, as far as traffic's concerned, anybody would tell you that if you pull a permit, one of the biggest things that they will probably request is a TIA or a traffic analysis impact report, which we would have to do that study automatically. So that should automatically, if that does not meet the criteria, then we're not going to get approved for a building permit. So that's a kind of a safeguard in that sense. The other thing is if you go back to the slide where it shows the actual project, you'll see there's 2 open-ended parking lots. The reason is because once we know what we do have, we can move that building accordingly and probably actually open up one entrance off of the main actual arterial of Highway 70 Picacho, and the other one can come off of Picacho for like the daily use. And so that's why those are left open-ended. 1. 2, the reason for the C2 zoning is it has a lot to do with the production side. We do need storage of the wine. We need other things like that that would not be covered under a special use permit. That was the biggest push for having the C2 zoning. And any other daily operations. One thing would be it is an event center, which is not covered under, I believe, a special use permit. So there's multiple facets to this project just beyond just the winery side. There's also the fact that there would be a restaurant in that. And so right now I believe there are restaurants in the neighborhood of Picacho. How they're doing is beyond me, I don't know. But I do believe having the tourism and the agricultural of a winery there would help to drive business and promote business to this side of town, which would be important, which I think other businesses would also appreciate that. Because one of the biggest things is trying to get people out to Picacho, right, and to have them there. As far as addressing the water use, a lot of the water use would be for the winery and everything. Right now, that land is currently used for onion production. And so I would imagine if any of that water was killing crops, I don't think they would continue trying to grow on it if it were. So I'm pretty sure we have not heard of anything that there's a bad water supply on that well anyway that we know of. And that is actually owned by the property owner. Doña Mutual does not give them water supply for that. So that's their own private well system. Now, when it comes to the restaurant, that might be something we'd have to address with Doña Mutual when we get to that point. As far as conceptuals, there has been conceptual drawings, and I do have those. We just don't feel like we want to release those to everybody because we don't want to show what we're actually planning on doing as far as the look and everything. It's kind of trying to be a little bit of a surprise. I will tell you that there is pictures that we can show if they really wanted to. I'd be happy to show them what we have planned on that. But there is a winery planned, I will tell you that much. A lot of the thing is, you know, I know Mr. Bannister himself has actually purchased other crops along his property going out right now in Doña County, which have grapes currently being grown on them. He is in the middle of learning, you know, to do that, and that is what he's wanting to do. He's also teaming up with a fairly large grower in New Mexico, which has got a pretty strong track record of growing pretty well. Those are just to address some of his questions. Now, as far as there being anything other than that plan, would not be able to speak to that. As far as I know, Scott has been very convinced this is what he wants to do with that property. That's why we're here.
Can you speak to the special use permit and why you all did not choose to go that path?
It was mostly before the wine production side of it, because the special use would not allow for a wine production on that site. It would only be allowed to use it for the winery itself. Now, the other thing would be is there is a year's termination, and we'd have to be reapplying yearly, which would also possibly contest. If somebody came back and contested this within a year from now, we may not get it again, right? So there's no proven that it would ever be approved again and again. So being that there is kind of a long time period of growing the grapes of 5 years, plus actually getting the planning done. I mean, just the planning alone would probably take up to 2 years to probably get plans and everything approved through the county, what have you. That's one of the biggest reasons why.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Reynolds?
Yes. You said you have a well on the water. You have a well you're going to use in order to provide the water to the winery. Is that it?
To the actual fields. Now, as far as the winery is concerned, we'd probably be off of Doña water. I would imagine,
Okay.
for the first run.
So have you tested this well?
We have not yet.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is because you may be tapping from the same aquifer that the water company is there that's killing all the grass if they don't treat it with. They said it was so expensive to treat it that they didn't choose to treat it enough to keep it from killing the grass in their property.
That's something I'd have to mention to the client, and I'm sure he would look into it.
Yeah, well, I think it's something you probably should do pretty quickly.
Sure.
Just my recommendation.
Okay.
Because if he gets out there and he can't use the water, and you have to pay, $1,000 a plant, to water it, and just to treat the water to make it safe, you might have a problem.
Certainly.
Yeah, so there's just something I would think.
No, definitely
So
appreciate
there's
it.
some plans that you have that you don't want to share with whom, with anyone?
As far as, no, I think if you guys wanted to see kind of some of the elevations of the building as well as the layout of the building, we do have enough that I could show that if they really wanted to know that.
Well, on the property, you're gonna be growing grapes, and
I
you're
believe
gonna be
that's what they're
harvesting
planning to
grapes,
do.
and you're gonna be fermenting and creating the wine, and then you're gonna be serving it at I suppose at the facility, the restaurant, and everything like that. You got both sides of the road.
Correct.
How are you going to navigate getting heavy equipment, your equipment back and forth across the road? Because I think that actually creates kind of a risk, moving slow farm equipment back and forth across the road.
I think that would be a study done by a civil engineer that would tell us what would be the best path and course to take on that. I think one of the biggest things would be is you do have the access to Highway 70, and you can always loop around in both ways on that too. You don't have to necessarily go drive to and from and across Picacho Hills Drive.
Okay, so how much traffic can you accept on that property before it becomes a problem?
We wouldn't know that until we had a traffic analysis impact report done. And that's a study that costs quite a bit of money.
Do we have any idea of that, Albert? What the traffic limitations would be for them to actually be crossing the road back and forth there with equipment?
I don't have a specific response to that, but I do just want to point out that when the time comes, if it comes to submit building permits, once we get to that point, the first step is to have what's called a pre-application meeting with all the reviewing agencies that look at commercial building permits. So we're talking about getting input from flood, fire, county engineering, planning, and building services. And it's going to be at that point where those agencies are going to look and decide what's the best plan of action. At least when it comes to access and fire safety. We might get a response. We might get a comment back from fire where it says you need secondary access to both of those facilities. And then so at that point, then the applicant would have to deal with the New Mexico DOT to try and get a driveway permit off of Highway 70 or Picacho Avenue. So,
Well, there's another thing I would be concerned about is I'd say that our road department's probably done some surveys of that traffic just to determine how often they have to service the road. I mean, do we ever pull those and check those out as part of the consideration for zoning?
no, I don't have that info available, at least when it comes to current traffic counts.
Yeah, so I would, maybe that's something we should be thinking about because a lot of our decisions can be made on traffic, especially when it comes to zoning. I mean, if we have, 10,000 cars a day going on that road, it may not be the best place to put a winery, especially with one that's going to have to cross the road in order to have access to its facilities. And so I think it's something that we should probably think about considering when we're looking at these things. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other follow-up questions? Seeing none at this time, do you have anything final to add?
I'd like to just add that I think we're looking for a level of trust from the neighborhood also, and we want to know that there is good intentions to go forward with it. We're not trying to do a bait and switch here. We are trying to do it, but it's just a matter of quite a bit of money that we're talking about to do this facility, and we want to make sure that our cards are in the right place too before we do proceed with it. That's where I'd like to stay with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we will move on to our community input, public input. Can I please get so the way that I'm going to phrase this is that we will do whoever is in favor of upholding the P&Z decision, if you can please raise your hand so I have a count of people that are going to be speaking today. This is going to be upholding. Okay, 3. Okay, and then can I get a show of hands? How many are in favor of us? Well, how do I want to word that? Opposed to us upholding the P&Z decision. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 20 minutes to, well, what time frame do you all want to do? Just per speaker, 3 minutes? Okay.
I still think 2 to 3 minutes per speaker is fair.
Okay, 3? Okay, we will give each speaker 3 minutes to speak. We will start with opposition to the P&Z being upheld. If you can please start forming a line to the front, you'll have 3 minutes. I will have to swear each one of you in. You will have to state your name and you will have to sign the book in front to the left. So please join us up front. Go ahead, sir. You good, Brandy? Okay. If you can please state your name.
Stephen Mandel.
And raise your right hand, sir. Do you promise to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and county commissioners. I appreciate your time being here. Just to let you know, I had 26 years of public service as a city councilman, a mayor pro tem, a county board member, and a forest preserve commissioner. I started on the plan commission. So land use is something I'm very familiar with. I'm asking you to deny and reverse the decision of the Planning and Zoning Committee from D1L to C2 conditional. The current zoning is far more appropriate and it better serves the welfare of the citizens and our property values. I think that's important. Designating C2 just continues the out-of-sync kind of zoning that's going on Picacho Avenue. And what do you see there? You see C2, you see industrial, you see a school, you see a couple churches, but the reality is that it's just residential and agriculture on our side of the street. There is no commercial. The industrial, or the other C2, is a big cemetery. There's no commercial development there. On the other side of Picacho Avenue, you have the new, which people use and I think is beneficial, RV storage park next to the school, elementary school on the highway. And then on the other side of that, you have a whole bunch of commercially zoned properties that have a whole bunch of old vehicles sitting in it. We have a new repair shop that's there, and that's got a bunch of vehicles in it too. That's the newest building. I see the time ticking away. This is not about it being a winery. Most of us support a winery, want to see a winery there. We ask you to send it back and be a special use, as the staff has said, is allowable for this development. The petitioner said it wasn't, but the staff said it was. So we might want to get that clarification. What you are approving there is office buildings up to 40 feet high, along with associated parking in C2, auto repair and service shops, bars, pubs, taverns, and nightclubs. Also restaurants, bakery, catering service, entertainment, theaters, off-site parking for commercial uses, a sports stadium, service buildings, funeral home and chapel, college and trade schools, personal services, and all kinds of other commercial uses that aren't in here. I see my time's running up, but I ask you to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you for your service in the public sector for years. Thank you, sir. Okay, if you can please come up to the podium.
Hi, my name is Elliot Cates. I'm an abutter.
Do you promise us to tell the truth, sir?
Always.
Okay, go ahead.
I live on Pueblo Gardens Court, so I guess I'm the nearest abutter. You're talking about road safety. That's the only way in and out for the people of Picacho Hills. If you want to talk about problems, you should look at when they're picking lettuce, and you've got 50, 60 cars and trucks on that road while the pickers are using that. When they transport between the fields, they put down plates to protect the road. They stop traffic. It is a very congested area when that farm is running and picking. And so you're talking about moving equipment back and forth. I think a complete road study has to be done. If you want to do it, should have a turning lane. It's just not the place for a commercial property at that end of the road. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. If you can please sign the book to the left, the white one, sir.
Excuse me.
Thank you, sir. Okay, if you can please state your name, sir.
Yes, sir. Gerald Carson. I'm a resident of Picacho Hills.
You can please raise your right hand, sir. Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There are 1,500 residences. We've heard this about traffic, putting some numbers. There are 1,500 residences in Picacho Hills. That's a lot of people using that single exit and entrance. And the first meeting we had on this, a lady who I don't believe is here today told me that there was a study done. There is a car exiting or entering every 33 seconds. I thought, wow. Now, I could get that lady to probably come here and testify to that, but she is a professional person. But I'm not surprised. Well, I was kind of taken aback by that. But that is the front entrance to our community, and there are 1,500 homes there, but probably more than that in terms of people. And it's growing rapidly. So adding a business with their own traffic and crossing the road there, as the last gentleman spoke about, and we've heard about traffic, I hope you'll take that into consideration, adding more people and businesses and slow vehicles crossing there, adding more congestion into your consideration and deciding on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Can state your name,
Morning,
sir.
my name's Charles Dixon Eustace.
Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Charles Dixon Eustace. My meager credentials for addressing you on this topic are that I spent 2 years on the Board of Planning and Zoning Commission during the development of the comprehensive plan and the ordinance that's issued today. I currently reside in the old people's home up on Buena Vita Circle. So I don't have a dog in this fight, but I would do the same thing that I did in a previous case involving Fairview, is known as the Fairview case, that you think very deeply and very carefully about the about your decision, because if the plaintiffs here, the appellants here, are successful, and you vote that if you vote to approve this, the likelihood of it being appealed is pretty high. And there is a previous case, a mere approximately 3 years ago, at which 2 of you were participants in the decision. It's called the Fairway Village Neighborhood Council versus the Board of County Commissioners. And I've introduced to you, asked Albert to provide to you copies of the order of the Third Judicial Court. It's the order reversing the decision of the appellee.
Thank you.
I'll just read it's an order reversing the decision of the appellee in which the Third Judicial Court, they've heard arguments of counsel and reviewed the submission of the parties and orders the decision of the appellee reversed as arbitrary, capricious, and otherwise not in accordance with the law. Signed, James T. Martin. Well, Board of County Commissioners took some umbrage at that being called arbitrary and capricious, and decided to appeal to the Court of Appeals of the State of New Mexico, in which the appellant respondent was Fairway Village Neighborhood Council.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, your time has elapsed. I apologize. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioners. I really appreciate the time.
Your name, sir?
Oh, my name is J.C. Ortega. I live at 875 Minnow Lane.
Okay, can you raise your right hand, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Do you promise to tell the truth, sir?
Yes, I do.
Thank
So
you.
help me
Go
God.
ahead.
Albert, is there any way we could move this back to the area of notification slide? Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm here for my neighbors in the area of notification south of Picacho. We received no letters. I only heard the sign being hammered into the ground because I live across the street. So all this talk, when other people talk about, oh, there's 70 acres of buffer, not for us. We're right across the street. And we are in that zone of notification. We are zoned low density limited. All this talk of commercial here, commercial there, just like that ag land, we are zoned for limited, low density limited. This is spot zoning, not in harmony and clearly will disturb the tenor of the neighborhood. My parents moved here in 75, 50 years ago. There was no Picacho Hills, only a Jerry's Pets where the Faith Church is and the cemetery next to the Baptist Church. With his own 2 hands, my father, Clyde Ortega, built that beautiful adobe house you see at the base of the turn going to Picacho Hills across from the site directly. We made those adobes by hand. We've sacrificed. We've bled for that house. Please, it's not too late. Reconsider the facts. Don't let them get away with this. Just look in the area of notification. None of those neighbors have been notified. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now we will have the upholding side, the in favor side. Same thing, yep, come on up, whoever's gonna speak in favor. You will have 3 minutes as well. Please state your name and then I'll have you sign the book. Good morning.
Laurie Blanco.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you, go ahead.
Commissioner Reynolds, this is specifically for your question. I have been a resident of Picacho Hills for 45 years. I am intimately familiar with the development. What
Can you
was
pull
involved?
Can you pull the mic down? Thank you, sorry. Go ahead.
There we go. What was involved in the development, and I think that part of the objection that a lot of the residents have has to do, I understand they have legitimate concerns. We all love our community. I've been living up there for 45 years. If I didn't love it, I'd live somewhere else. It has to do with the fact that maybe not being intimately familiar with what is involved in the time, energy, and money involved in doing land development. So it would be lovely to have all the things that they're asking for beforehand, but it's not feasible. It's really not practical. Nothing would get developed or move forward if everything had to meet this type of criteria. The second thing I would like to address, the neighborhoods, the subdivision, Picacho Hills development, the whole country club community wouldn't exist if this type of requirement was to produce the plans, architectural, all of the engineering work and whatnot in it before the zoning is approved. It's just not practical or feasible. The second thing I'd like to address is that your concerns about the water. Again, I am intimately familiar with what the original design of the water use up there was. It was designed by Dr. Naranganaji, who is considered one of the foremost experts in water in the area. You can look him up. I won't even go through his credentials. The idea was that the water would be provided and the sewer treatment service for the community. So the sewer, the effluent goes down to the sewer treatment plant. There it's processed to a certain water quality level. At that point in time, that water is then pumped into 2 different ponds that are part of the golf course facility. There are water hazards on the golf course. From there, it is then the obligation of the country club or whoever's watering the golf course to pump additional water into those ponds so that the water level can then be raised to the EPA standards of what is safe to put on the golf course. The water that is going to be provided for what is the zone change area is going to be provided through their own wells. And it's completely separate from Doña water. What's current.
Thank you so much. We do hold it to the time, I apologize. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello.
If you can please state your name.
My name is Jan Wimsat.
If you can please raise your hand. Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I, for 31 years now, have lived in the area. My property is adjacent to Barcelona Ridge. I'm on the south side of Barcelona Ridge. And since we've lived there, in our initial entrance and exit from the area was on Justin Lane, my address, but through La Quinta, Cusenberry, La Quinta, and around Dirt Road, through the Benz family horse farms. It wasn't horse farms then, but it was still a horrible road. Finally, when Barcelona Ridge was put in, and then AK Cara developed Linda Vista subdivision, we had pavement and ingress and egress through Picacho Hills Avenue. But from the beginning,
it had been promised, talked about, always, there would be some kind of a southbound connection, road connection that went over to Weisenberry, whatever that is, over there to come back down to Highway 70, so there would not be a bottleneck. But in 31 years, it has not come to fruition, largely because the people of Picacho Hills wanted a safe place. They did not want anybody to be able to get in and out except through that one place. Now, I'm hopeful that with this traffic issue coming up and the Bannister Winery will have to meet good traffic pattern things, that now they will be able to get some kind of an additional ingress and egress into the area just by making it known and a problem. So that's why I'm for it. I'm thinking it's going to be a positive thing and maybe get us an answer finally. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, seeing none, we all get one chance. I apologize, but thank you. I do apologize. It's okay, thank you. I just can't. Everyone gets 3 minutes. Okay, so with that being said, now we have more information, commissioners, discussion, comments, questions, anything that's coming to mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner
Yeah,
Reynolds.
I would like to say that my comments about the water was just for the developer. If somebody's going to invest $20, $30 million into something, I'm just saying as a caution, they might want to check that out, because I don't know if there's a problem or not. And I am aware that they use ponds and level it out, and it's recycled water for the golf course. I just don't know what the state of the water is coming out of the well. And I would just, if I was going to invest $10, $20 million, I'd want to check that out before I started the investment. That's why I was mentioning it, not just to say it was appropriate for this meeting to make a decision based on that information. That's all.
Okay, I do have some questions as well. And did we have any notifications that were sent back, Albert?
Chair, I'm not sure. Our notification list comes off of, what's on the assessor's website.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you're getting a tax bill, you should be getting our letters as well.
Okay. Because I do see there was 52 individuals that were notified on this, so I was just making sure. It would be nice in the future if we did know if any of them got returned.
Yeah.
Just pointing it out. Maybe. Okay. And then also, and Mr. Lopez, maybe you can speak to this. I know that we're looking for funding for the alternative relief route to the Picacho Hills neighborhood. Do you know if there's an update on that or where we're at on that?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Do I need to be sworn in?
Sure. Do you promise to tell the truth, sir?
I do.
Okay, good.
Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Yes, sir, you are correct. We have been working through Roads and Engineering for a secondary entrance exit. The path we are looking at is actually to the west of the current subdivision. It would loop towards the Las Cruces Airport and then down next to or near Barker Produce. We do have in the audience with us today our Interim Director of Public Works, Dan Sombrano, and he might be able to give you more details as to the status of that if you would like.
Sure. Since everyone's here, we might as well just get a little update in while I have a captive audience.
Chair, Commissioner.
Oh, do you promise to tell the truth, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
It's been a study's being done by Wilson and Company, and they are looking at Barcelona, taking it all the way to Barker Produce but they are also looking at alternatives. So when that study's done, I think it's going to whittle down to 2 alternatives and land purchase and everything. But the most cost-effective way, it's looking like to head Barcelona up
Okay,
to Barker Produce.
awesome. Thank you for that. That would be good to get an update whenever that does happen in front of the commission, just so that we're aware.
Okay. And also on a side note, a minor arterial can handle up to 14,000 cars per day.
Okay. Can someone do the math on every 30 seconds what that is? No, thank you for that, Dan. I appreciate it. Okay. Commissioners, other questions?
Mr. Chair. well,
Commissioner
Dan-
Gamados.
Dan, while you're still up here, I'm sorry, I didn't want him to go back. So my question has to do with, oh my gosh, my mind just went blank, darn it.
You got this. I have faith in you.
Oh, yes. So what you were just talking about those other roads that were going to be built or looking into. If that's a possibility, if it goes through, like, how long are we looking into those roads actually being built and completed?
We would have to go after funding after we picked a route for it to go. So the study should be done mid-year next year, and then we'll start looking for funding and say we get funding within 2 years and then another year to build it. So maybe 3 years if everything goes good, but everything hinges on finding funding.
Right.
Yeah, putting on the ICIP or for grants and stuff or coming to the board, depending on the cost to build it.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. And just like some comments in this, not for you, Dan, thank you. But to be honest, just like reading through the packet and just understanding it, I feel like I've never seen this many exclusions in a P&Z case before. Like, I feel like this is unheard of. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 exclusions. So I feel like with 16 exclusions with that conditional approval, I feel like they ruled out a lot of kind of unseemly options of use for this property, which I would imagine came from a lot of the community input. Is that correct? Come on up.
Chair, Commissioners, that is correct. I mean, at the day of the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were the commissioners that were writing down, the uses that they were hearing from the public. So once they, when they came up with their conditional approval, they basically compiled the uses that were being mentioned by members of the public, and as well as a few of the ones that they thought were not compatible with the area. But that was because of the public input that was received during the first public hearing.
Okay, so can you talk a little bit? So you have retail facilities, small, under 5,000, medium, 5 to 10,000 square feet, and then large, over 10,000 as excluded. But with this property being a winery, is there going to be a retail component of this property, do you know, or would that exclude that from?
If it's an accessory use to the winery, it's going to be allowed.
Okay. So as long as they're selling wine or wine things, it would be an allowed use for that property?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you go back to the zoning map, Albert? There you go. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Would it be easier, Albert, for us to just list what he's going to use the property for and say that that's what we're approving this zoning for, as opposed to excluding everything and missing some things?
I mean, that's a question that the Planning and Zoning Commission, had a hard time handling too. But it's, it's our view, it's our department's view that the more uses you're taking off the list, then you're running into the question, well, is this even appropriate or not? Is the C2 appropriate? Because that's really what the question is, is a C2 zoning designation appropriate for this area right now, for those 18 acres? So if you're really limiting it down or canceling all the other uses, and then just only specifically allowing the winery itself, then, well, is the C2 even compatible? You know, that's the, you know, the, how we're looking at it. I mean, the C2, it's either compatible or it's not.
So
And
why did we not go with C1 then? Just out of curiosity.
we could have gone through a C1, but like I said, I mean, was just the, what the applicant requested.
But we as a board have the authority to go C1, don't we?
No, we would have to send it back to P and Z.
In other cases, we've had, you know, the board, even though it was advertised as a C2, I think we can go down to a C1. We just can't go, we can't go higher. The other option would be, you know, like some of the members of the public were saying, well, send it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission as a special use permit. So that way only the winery is allowed through that special use permit. That could be another option that this board makes, or another decision.
So I have an issue with the special use permit, just because I do understand that building and putting money into a property just to not have certainty for over 1 year at a time, that does not necessarily speak volumes to me. So I'm definitely not gonna consider that, because if you're putting millions of dollars into a property, you're not gonna have uncertainty year to year. So that kind of bothers me. But I would like to talk to the representative of Mr. Bannister and understand why we did not go for a C1, because production's allowed in C1, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you like to come up, Mr. Green, and explain to us why we did C2 instead of C1? So this commission can better understand?
Mr. Chair, that was my question as well. I was gonna.
Oh,
No,
you're
you can
rubbing
have-
off on me
No,
after
no,
3
that's
years.
okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So one of the reasons was the storage and the wine production, the storage portion of the production, I believe was one of the reasons that wouldn't be allowed under a C1. The other thing was, I don't know if a restaurant was allowed under C1 either. Or
C1 allows for a restaurant facility.
But does it allow for the
I would
promenade?
imagine it would allow for agricultural storage, which wine production would be. Albert, can you correct me? Or don't correct me and make me feel really smart today.
So the winery itself, you know, which includes production of the wine, and the wine tasting rooms and restaurants would be allowed under the C1 designation.
Okay. And the storage of the wine that they produce?
It's part of the facility, so yes.
Okay.
Now, how about the restaurant use and the event hall? I think that was the other thought.
The event hall. and
Restaurant use and event hall should be under as well.
I think so.
Because C2 is meant for heavier commercial use, I believe.
Yeah, it opens up for a whole lot of other possibilities. We do C2. C2 opens up for other possibilities that were mentioned by this other person that weren't excluded, that we probably don't want there.
C1 zoning.
Yeah, all the uses that were mentioned are allowed under the C1.
Okay. Neighborhood commercial activities and small-scale freestanding businesses. Got it. Okay. The biggest restriction on the C1 is going to be the height of 35 feet for a building.
Shouldn't be.
Okay.
35 feet is almost 3 stories.
It is, yes.
Wouldn't be a problem.
So I would give you a 3-story building if you need it.
What's that?
I said that would allow you have a 3-story building at 35
Well,
feet.
35 isn't 3 stories, is
It's
it?
a little lower than
It
3
is?
stories. But
Yeah, a little over 3 stories. Mhm.
Algernon, don't laugh. Okay, cool. Thank you, Mr. Green. I appreciate that information. Commissioners, any other comments, questions, thoughts, feelings?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Gomeros.
so I guess I do have an issue with the traffic flow,
Okay.
with the area where that driveway is coming out. With what people have been stating here, I don't know, is there, how do I say this? Is there any way that they could put the driveway on the Picacho Avenue? And of course, I don't live there, so, I would want to know what the residents would say about that as well, because I can see from here, that Picacho Hills, right? There's all that agriculture that's going on, and as they were stating, there's trucks that are doing that hauling from, I guess, field to field, and if there's people along that road, I mean, I know how frustrating that can be. So, yes, I would like to know from the residents
Yeah.
what they would think about that, because I have an issue with
Mr.
that.
Chairman?
Commissioner Sanchez.
I think though the only concern is that the decision at hand is not specific on
Correct.
to the traffic. And I think if it was like, in fact, like our next agenda item is for a plat and for planning purposes. And I think when you look at it from that perspective, that's the opportunity to make those adjustments and those restrictions is when they're looking at, I guess that would be up to our community development department to put those requirements in place on where those are. I think in terms of and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that's going to be pertinent specifically to the zone change discussion that we're looking at the moment.
Okay, so just for like what Commissioner Reynolds did with clarifying, so the traffic plan would then come with the not the plot, but kind of like the plot, but yeah, when they come forward with a building plan and a use plan to planning and zoning, they would have to provide us with provide community development with the traffic study to make sure that the traffic flow would not be interrupted, it wouldn't be a hindrance to the community. That would come when they provide plans. So today we're not talking about the design and the building itself. We've been asked to look at whether or not we should be approving the zone change from the D1 to C2. So all that would come then with when they go through the permitting and everything like that. They would have to work with the state DOT to get the driveway permit and all that kind of stuff. And that's when the State Department of Transportation would come in and say, we need this or that or whatever it is. So we would definitely get that, or at least the county and the state would get that when and if they move forward with putting something there.
Okay, well, thank you both for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Just a data point, just because I'm just happened to be looking at the zoning map. So immediately to the east, you see, aside from the area immediately to the east of this property, it's industrial. The rest, if you go on the other side of the lateral, sorry. So there you go. So you see that all of that is C2, and it's C2 all the way, for a good portion of the east. Yes, actually past Shalem Colony. And the reason I just was looking at that is because I recall that there's also the Picacho Peak Brewery and the vineyard or the grapevine facility there. And I was kind of curious how that was. And I know it's a little different facility, but still just kind of a reference point for myself. That is also C2. So it's C2 all the way through to that Picacho Peak Brewery and to the post office and all that area, and then it goes industrial and then back to C2 all the way almost to the river. So C2 is pretty well defined through the east on the north side of Picacho. If you look on the south side of Picacho, same thing. There's a lot of industrial and C2. Wow.
Sir, we don't do that. No, sir.
Sir, and if you would, Mr. Ortega, if you'd like, you can see directly here, immediately to the south, it is residential, but those residential is surrounded by industrial and commercial. So understand your concern, but I'm just saying I'm looking at a whole here and where this is at. And so, like I said, I'm just looking, like I said, if the question has been brought up, if it's in harmony or not, this is not spot zoning in my opinion. We see this along Picacho. And so, this isn't a point where they're specifically pulling out and zoning as C2. it's pretty consistent with what we're seeing along Picacho all the way to the river to the east, and then a little to the west. And hopefully, and one quiz, I can't speak to, I think it was Mr. Ortega, right? You know, I'm just going by what's in the packet here and looking at the parcel maps. You know, I do see that, I'm assuming that everything was sent based off of what I see in the packet. There were 52 notices sent out. The ones to the south and those the residents are based or at least consistent with what I see on the parcel map and what we have as noted for addresses for those residents. So I see I see the one for Clyde and Jerry Ortega, which was sent to. I'm just saying, I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying what I see is that there were 2 notices sent to PO Box 257 or 257 and 267 at there at the Fair Acres Post Office. So I'm just saying that that's what's on record. I don't know how the properties are registered, but I'm saying that I believe is what our community development utilizes for those notifications. So, you know, it's not specific to that one property. Like they're not going to drop it off specifically at the property. They're going to go with the property owner and try to notify them is the process. I understand. So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We don't shout from, I understand, thank you. We just don't shout. Okay, so Albert, I'm just looking through the not the E-code, but the UDC online, and I'm just checking the difference between C1 and C2. Why am I not seeing the wine facility? Where am I? Oh, I see a wine tasting room, but I don't see. Why am I missing it? Wine tasting room or winery?
So, Chair, just on the land use matrix, you can see where we have the wine tasting room right here category, and under the C1 and C2 designations, you do have the piece.
Would an MU designation also allow for everything that they're asking for?
Chair, that is correct.
Is there any other MUs close by? No.
Not in that area.
Is that a new designation that we did?
Mixed
in the
use?
code? Mixed use? Okay. Okay. Commissioners, any other comments, questions, direction, thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I hate to ask this because I really don't want to prolong the time that we've been here doing this, but I just kind of feel that if I could just be educated, then it would educate the community as well.
Love that.
So I was wondering, Albert, because you guys just went and clarified some stuff that I wasn't aware of. So with this process from going here, if the board were to approve this, and then this is only just the zone change, what's the next process that this would go through? And when would that go back to P&Z or come back to the board also for approval?
I mean, it just depends on the decision that this board makes today. If the board decides to approve or approve with conditions, then that would be the end of the zone change procedure, unless it's appealed and it goes to district court. So that would be the next step. If that's what the appellant wants to do, or even the property owner. I mean, if it gets denied, then he might decide to appeal it and go to district court. If the board makes a decision to not approve, but to take it back and have the P&Z hear it as a special use permit, then they would have to follow that process as well. With new notification, an application filled out for a special use permit, and then having that run its course. But if it's approved, and if that's the end of it, then the next step would be for the property owner to start submitting building permits.
And then from there, the permits?
They're approved administratively.
Okay. And from there, once they are approved, well, that's when they'll be bringing their design, their,
Yes,
I'm asking like
Yeah.
for,
No, Commissioner, yes, but even before they submit building permits, they will need to go through what's called a pre-application meeting to make sure that, that they're submitting all the required paperwork and that they have all the, the required permits, whether it's septic tanks, whether it's driveway permits from New Mexico DOT or county engineering, all that should be on file.
and then, so after that, it wouldn't go back into P and Z and it would not be coming up to us for any other approvals?
If it's just a building permit, it's just approved administratively, unless they're seeking like a variance or a waiver request to the design standards. But if it's just a building permit that meets all of the design criteria, then it's just approved administratively.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. So,
Go ahead.
okay, so what I was hearing today is that some community members have many issues with this property, I guess, like where the driveway is located and the property. So I guess, like, I don't know, I really didn't really hear whether there is a concern about the zone change, what we have to actually approve today.
Correct.
I haven't heard that. I just heard the issues they have with I guess the location, the way it's going to be structured. And the packet I heard here, where some people said that they didn't mind that it was a winery, but I guess they just don't want the other commercial uses if this were to come about. I think that's what I'm kind of getting, right? But there's these conditions that are on here stating that it's just for the winery and its uses, and that if it's approved conditionally, these other things won't be allowed to be on there. Right? Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, anything else? Any thoughts on the direction? I personally, with this, I ask you guys what you want to do, and then I tell you what I want to do. I understand what the concerns are. I've definitely had people reaching out about this, as it is in my district. I think I have concerns over the C2 designation over the C1. Was that a staff recommendation, or was that property owner?
That was a property owner
Okay.
submittal.
So I do have some concerns with that. I do know, and I'm looking at the very, very long list of what's allowed in C2 versus C1. And there's only a couple things that kind of concern me a little bit. I don't know, commissioners. I kind of want to, go ahead.
No, I was going to make a motion, but
Oh, I would love to hear a motion.
I was like, if there's not going to be any more comments or questions, at least at the time, I would like to make a motion that the board convene in closed session regarding deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding that is allowed as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H3.
Perfect. I will second that. Any discussion on meeting in closed session over this? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
I'm abstaining from voting due to a conflict with good cause.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. We are in closed session. We will be back.
Okay, we'll try not to take long.
Please find your seat. The time is 1 o'clock. We are back from closed session. Let the record state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items mentioned that put us into closed session. Commissioners, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the commission conditionally approve the requested zone change with the following findings. The property is outside of any incorporated municipal zoning authority and is within Doña County, and the Doña County has jurisdiction to review the case. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Code with section 350-202.b, general notice requirements, and section 350-203.b, public hearing for a zone change. The zone change request for C2 does satisfy section 350-203, section D. Decision criteria for the zone change in that zone change is appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest, and there is sufficient change in conditions. The zone change is appropriate as a zone change request will promote agritourism that has developed in Doña County. The growing popularity of agritourism, further enhanced by the livability principles incorporated in the comprehensive plan, also known as Plan 2040, adopted in 2015, can be considered as a change of conditions, making the zone change necessary to allow a commercial use that would complement the existing agritourism industry within the county. The zone change to a C2 zoning would not be considered spot zoning. The proposed zone change is in harmony as observed to the west and east of the subject property. The property size is 18.35 acres, and there will be a benefit to the community by allowing additional commercial uses such as a winery and related uses. The zone change is not in significant conflict with the following goals of the comprehensive plan. Goal G2.2, ensure regulations support the plan requirements, and goal G6, or goal 6.7, support regional small-scale businesses, including agriculture. The conditional approval will be based on the following uses being prohibited within this C2 zone. It cannot be used as a crematorium, a hotel or motel, a recreational vehicle park, a gas station, a large retail facility over 10,000 square feet, a medium retail facility between the sizes of 5,000 to 10,000 square feet, a small retail facility under 5,000 square feet, an auction yard, cannabis micro business producer, a cannabis producer, cannabis research or testing laboratory, a construction yard or equipment, related sales, services, storage and distribution facility, nor semi-truck parking or outdoor and enclosed storage, ground transportation terminal, or mini storage unit, RV, and/or boat storage.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any follow-up discussion? Okay, seeing none. Brandy, if you'll roll call the commission, please.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Abstain from voting due to a conflict with good cause.
Chair Aljo Hernandez?
No. Motion does carry. Okay. We do have one other hearing today, which is a final plat approval for a type 2 subdivision to be known as Las Brisas Subdivision Phase 1. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. You ready for us, sir? Okay, final plat approval.
Commissioners, for this final plat approval, and just to be clear, it's a final plat approval and a letter of credit on this one as well, okay?
Okay.
So this Las Brisas subdivision first started under CURA, when it was still, when it still had a zoning jurisdiction, subdivision jurisdiction in that area. So in November 27, 2023, they did approve the preliminary plat for Las Brisas. This type 2 subdivision is about 16 acres, consists of 61 lots, ranging in size from 0.69 to 0.91 acres. So it is a phase subdivision. We are doing phase 1, which will take in 38 lots, and it's a multi-family subdivision where each lot's going to be able to accommodate a quadruplex. So this subdivision, it's located northwest of the intersection of Country Club Road and McNutt Road. All utilities will be underground, including electricity, and water and wastewater services will be provided by CRUA. Access to the subdivision will be from McNutt Road onto Las Brisas Road and other internal roads that will be 25 feet paved, privately maintained right-of-ways. And then, like I said right now, the applicant is seeking a letter of credit to be approved for this phase 1 in the amount of $600,000 for the remaining construction cost of infrastructure improvements. So basically, under the UDC, if your subdivision is not fully built out, if it's not substantially complete, you guys, they can file a letter of credit in order to file the final plat. Public and private notification requirements were met, and it's basically gone through all the reviews and approvals, and we're just here for final plat and letter of credit approval. This is where the property is located. Here we have McNutt Road and Country Club, so northwest area. And that's just an aerial, a 2024 aerial of the subject parcel. That's just a close-up of the property. And I mean, there has been major improvements done. I mean, and you'll see them right now through the aerial photos. So here's just a copy of the final plat for phase 1. And here we're seeing where where it's going to be phase 1 and phase 2. So right now we're basically just approving a final plat for the southern area of the development. And that's basically what it's going to look like. You have McNutt here, you have the main entrance. There's like a roundabout, and then traffic is just redirected through those roads. So they're out there. You have all the workers are out there right now. Building out or finalizing the development. So this was the main entrance. And here I'm standing at the driveway. You see the notification signs that went out. And now I'm standing around the area where about that roundabout's going to be located, or at least the main entrance to the subdivision. But as soon as you go out there, you can already tell that at least on phase 1, the curb's already in there. A lot of the compacted gravel and all that stuff is already in. And you can see, the kind of like how far they've gone. Utilities are already in there, at least for phase 1. So basically, what's left up here on this face is just a paving. So this is just phase 1. You see the fire hydrants are already in there. And like I said before, I mean, this development, started in CRUA. They got preliminary plat approval there. We're here now for final plat. The applicant has posted a letter of credit for phase 1. And we're anticipating, at least phase 1 to be completed pretty soon. The applicant, Mr. Brown, he is here, and he can stand for any questions as well.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions? Pretty straightforward. Do we just want to go straight into the vote?
I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, yeah, go, comment.
I'm real excited that this area is actually getting developed, considering all the problems they had with the country club development there. And this is being right next door. I'm really glad to see this starting to move forward and become a better community. That's all.
Awesome. Anything else? No? Pretty straightforward. Any public comment? No? Brandy? Oh, hello.
Hello. Duty calls. Brandy had to go perform a marriage real quick, so I'm going to stand in for her for the vote.
It doesn't happen every day. Let's do it. Go ahead and call the vote whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Final plat's approved. Congratulations. We're excited. Thank you. Commission follow-up input? Anything? Seeing none, correspondence? Hopefully Brandy left you a list. If she didn't, we can read it into the next meeting, no worries.
No correspondence.
Thank you. Okay. Now we do have a closed session on the books today. I move that the board convene in closed session regarding a limited personnel matter related to the investigation of a complaint, the purchase, acquisition, and disposal of real property or real property as directed by the board on October 28th, to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation specifically related to D 307 CV 2025 02766 Saldana versus Doña County, as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 1015(1) H2, 7, and 8, and matters pertaining to the ongoing audit directed by the state auditor as allowed by Section 1265 of the Audit Act. Do we have a second, commissioners?
Second.
Can you roll call us, please, into closed session?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. We are in closed session. We will come back when we're done.
Okay. Let the record show that nothing was discussed in closed session that wasn't covered by the motion to go into closed session. And the time is 1:44, and board meeting is over.